Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, July the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. There they are. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, Walmart obviously affecting the market today, especially, well, obviously the retailers. So after hours, they basically reduced their guidance. You can see the effect it had, that move area. If you look at the 15-minute chart for Walmart, WMT, you can see my screen. You see this move area, the big gap down. Now they don't release earnings to until the 16th, but they're basically preconditioning, saying not going to be good. So that has dragged down most of the major retailers like Target and Costco, etc. And then we have Shopify. Shopify, not a retailer, but Shopify is saying they are cutting 10% of their job force, SHOP. So that's caused huge downward pressure on Shopify. Ayla. Yeah, by the way, REVP. So they had that nice little gap up, and now they're doing the financing way down here. My goodness, they had the price up to 185 yesterday. Couldn't keep it up there. The promoters, whoever, could not keep the price up there, and now they're doing a financing way down here. AYLA. They guess they were going to be doing a financing, and now they have withdrawn their financing. Yeah, so they filed a request for the withdrawal of their financing. FRGT. FRGT. Some kind of a deal with Samsung Mexico. Huge gap, 85%. Low flow, 4 million in the float, 6.9 have traded already. So that is going to be a big play today. Well, it's already one. Can it continue? Looks like this was I can't believe this was an IPO at this price. Maybe a symbol name change. Maybe it was an IPO. Though I doubt it with that 17% lifetime. Yeah, I doubt if it was an IPO here then, because that would have been, that would be suggesting this was obviously an all-time high. So VRAX has decided to enter the monkeypox arena. VRAX gone all the way up to 24. It's only dropped $6 now. Thank you, YouTubers. Zila. Now this Zila is I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Zila is a 1 for 20 reverse split, but it is fallen because it should have been. It should have been about $1 higher, because I think the price was around 15 cents. 15 cents, and it was a 1 for 20, so that would put it around $3. So it's about $1 below. And yet there are shorts available. Usually there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers the day of a reverse split. Remember cost from yesterday? KOSS. On that Apple news, what a great short. Now this is just sinking away. That was a name change. Thanks, Casa. I remember Husin. Another retailer, RVLV. I mean, we could pick them, probably any one of them. This one just popped on my list though. RVLV. So this is a little bit different. Yeah, it's apparel, footwear, accessories, beauty products. Okay. UBS Bank. Gap down for UBS, 7%. Big float, 3.2 billion, down 7%. That's a big move, and it's an earnings play. UBS. Another earnings play that went up actually, FFIV, FFIV, F5 Inc. So this is a big gap up for it actually. IFRX, IFRX, the German company. Anyway, they're looking to get emergency use authorization. It's a COVID play. Redbox, RDBX, the big one from yesterday, still active, still active. As I said yesterday, it really didn't pull back that well. I guess 675, and it has pulled back quite a bit now from the pre-market highs, but it really didn't pull back that much yesterday. If you take a look at it, it had this is the, if you can see my screen, the 15-minute candle. So this is the action yesterday. It got up to this area. It's not like it completely collapsed. Kind of held its own after hours, and then this morning a nice little pop. So yeah, Redbox still in play. RDBX still in play. And then the Shopify, mentioned that one, on cutting their job force by 10%. SWN, probably a lot of these are up like this. What did natural gas go up about 5%? So SWN at 746, so it hit a high in the pre-market around 761. On the weekly chart, if it holds this level, 746, the next highs are right around up here at 889. Again, not saying it's going to get there, but holding 750 would be pretty bullish. Aha, on the Viru. Yeah, Viru's been weak the last 3 days. VERU has been weak the last 3 days. Well, actually 4 days, I guess. And now continuation. And then Coin. I don't know if this is actually new news about an SEC probe, but anyway, Coin getting hit again. This SHLX is a merger, so that's nothing to see here. Aha, PGY. PGY coming back in, coming back in here. PGY. So almost at yesterday's high. 1242. Actually, I guess it's a little further than I thought. Where did it get to this morning? Got up to 1225, yesterday's high. 1235. Guess what? I'm going to stick an alert right there. See if it takes out yesterday's high. Market is going to be, now I don't understand these topping tails and bottom tails. I don't know if I can believe them, but market is going to be opening down, of course. Definitely affected by Walmart. You know, SIGA from yesterday, it could not hold that 16, could not hold that 16. But I do have an alert set up here again, just over $16 for SIGA. How did GovX end up doing? Kind of holding, guys. I mean, it got as high as 187, so it's 167 right now. And the other one, of course, TNXP. These were two great trades from the AI yesterday. A couple of monkeypox trades. This one is actually giving it up. GovX is not yet, anyway. All right, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. Well, no upgrades today at all. I'm not, from briefing.com. Not one. Now I can't remember the last time that ever happened. No upgrades at all. So let's take a look at the downgrades. Three downgrades for Zen, guys. I'll have to take a look at Zen, Z-E-N. That's why Para's down. So Goldman has downgraded Para. I'm going to take a look at that. I saw that in the pre-market. Para, P-A-R-A. All right, well, let's take a look at Zen first. There are three downgrades for Zen. What is Zen doing right now? Okay, what's going on here? Is this was a buyout before? Looks like this was a buyout. All right, so I'm not understanding what's happening here with Zen. Looks like this was a buyout. And then we've got Para, P-A-R-A. Para, downgraded by Goldman. Did see that one. A little bit of action on it. Okay, what have they done? They've lowered their price target from 37 to 20 for Para, P-A-R-A. That is Goldman. And I'm hearing Affirm, A-F-R-M. A-F-R-M making new lows. You see Chewy had a downgrade and it's starting to move down. CHWY. Well, let's take a look at Shopify and where it could hold. That 30 level, it's still about $1.60 away from that, but the 30 level looks like there's reasonable support. All right, ANGN, a cheap one is sneaking in here. ANGN. This one is could be interesting. What's the high over here? 120. Yeah, I mean, this one could be interesting. I don't know why it's moving higher. Um, Wainwright reiterates their hold rating on Angion. Obviously, the big deal about this one is that there's a massive gap that could potentially be filled if it can get over $1.20. So I'll stick an alert for ANGN at around $1.20, and see if it takes that out. No huge volume yet, but it is a relatively low float. So let's see if it gets going. No pop for shop yet. Boy, shop is just getting cool here. Also, I think they're doing a rearrangement of their team. And here we go. Founder admits he overestimated the pandemic-induced e-commerce growth. There we go. So 10% cut there for shop. All right, guys, let us take a 917. Let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, then click on dock channel bar, and then click on the sectors. So I saw that oil was up a bit, so this should be 100%. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 100% green, that means all of these stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close, okay? That's typically what we see if oil is up. If oil was down, we probably see 100% we're below the close. So that is a strong sector. As opposed to retail, look at XRT, obviously being hammered down because of, so 92%, almost 93% are down from yesterday's close, stocks that make up XRT. And of course, all to do with Walmart, dragging the rest of the retail industry down. So other than energy, there is no strong sector. I'm just looking at materials, about 50-50. But tech, 80% of them are down. So if you're going to, as we speak, of course, this can all change half an hour into the market. Things can really change. So remember this number, 100% of this, 100% were up, or sorry, yes, up from yesterday's close for energy plays. If I can remember, I'll take a look at the change from the open and just see if anything dramatically has happened. 3M had earnings, I believe. 3M, yeah, 3M had earnings, decent earnings, obviously. Nice reaction. 3M, MMM. And guys, as usual, I'll be spending 98% of my time watching my race scan today. Do have some other alert windows, but they don't give me too many alerts, which is what I want. Look at cost, guys. Cost is having a bit of a pop here. KOSS. Bit of a pop. Yeah, somebody said for the VRAX, not for the faint of heart. VRAX, this is an IPO from a few days ago. And now they've entered the monkeypox fray. A real-time PCR test for monkeypox in Europe. What next, guys? What next? I don't think that the trade of the week, I don't know if did it get stopped out? I don't know if it got stopped out. I can't remember what the stop is. I think the 20 SMA. No, cost is having a nice bounce here, guys. KOSS, nice bounce. See if they're trying to republish that Apple news from yesterday. Unilever is another earnings play, guys, and it's actually up a bit. All right, Rent-A-Center, RCII, was gap down quite a bit. Don't see any specific news on it. Maybe just generally down. I mean, it's kind of a retailer, I guess, but more of a rental. AUPH. Let's take a look at this one. AUPH. Yeah, I don't see any specific news. Kind of a big area though for it, guys. It's underneath 10, right? Excuse me, 10 right now. AUPH. And the next low looking left is 976 and yeah, so 976 is the next low looking left, and after that you've got the 940, 920 to 940 area. Don't let it go. Okay, so I guess it hasn't officially been stopped out. Not officially, but getting really close. No, they don't all work. Boy, shop. This is, I have this gap down on text to voice, and she is just saying shop. Getting kind of close to that 30 level. I mean, about $1 away, a little over $1 away from that 30 level. That could bounce it. Well, the news, some kind of a deal, Mexico deal, Samsung Mexico deal. There's your news. Well, there's your news here. Freight technology shares are trading higher after the company announced it was awarded Samsung Mexico SDS business and has begun using its platform, et cetera, et cetera. So there was some news affecting Samsung shipments from Mexico to the United States. Whoa, a little, well, I was going to say a big pop for Siga and then a drop. Look at this doji. Big topping tail, bottoming tail, probably almost equal. Coin continues to move down here, guys. This is not new news, though, is it? I thought the SEC was after them. I mean, they're talking about faces SEC probe, whether they improperly let Americans trade digital assets that should have been registered as securities, et cetera, et cetera. Or is Bitcoin dropping because of coin, William? Who's leading who down? Well, this will be an interesting day. If all the indices are negative, to see how the races the race performs today, because I mean, these are all stocks that are moving higher in theory, and we'll just have to see what sort of alerts we get today from the race if all of the indices are moving down. Exactly, Zach. All right, freight just made another new high here, FRGT. Market moving down. I don't, these topping tails, I'm just going to discount, but market's moving down ahead of the open. I use my Interactive Broker account, Dustin. I don't use Brokerage Plus. The only I was asked a question: do I use Brokerage Plus or do I use my Interactive Brokers account to trade? When I demonstrate Brokerage Plus, it's always as a simulator. I'm not going to. Well, first of all, yeah, I'm not going to toggle back and forth between my live account and a simulated account. So I always trade from within my IB account. Thank you, William. Within a minute to open, so I'm just going to get rid of that. And now I'm going to start the race. All right, everybody. Yeah, I'm going to be about a minute or half a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I've made some exceptions, depending on what I'm seeing in the race. And also, of course, on the 10-day daily breakdown, if it isn't all-time low also, I sometimes will make an exception. But typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. If I were new to trading, I would not trade in the first 30 minutes. I would try to let things settle down a little bit if you're new to trading. Well, we're open and nothing really happening. Not yet. So, yeah, I mean, the NAS is down. Dow's down. SPY's down. Not a huge thumping. Not yet. All right, guys. Well, there's the freight over 3 now. Freight is over 3. FRGT over 3. I'm not sure where any resistance is. It's hard to tell when this is a symbol name change. You know, this looks like an IPO. This looks like it should be an all-time high, but it is not. But traders might be looking at this and thinking that's what it is. So if you're in this one, great. For me, what I'd like to see, probably, excuse me, it may not happen, for the freight, FRGT, is for maybe to just give up 3 again, pop over 3, base a little bit, and then run. But, oh, was it yesterday? It was yesterday? Literally yesterday? Oh, I thought, I don't know if it was yesterday because this says May the 26th as the last day traded as HUSN. But, well, plus, I didn't even have to do that. All I had to do was look at FRGT. It's been trading as FRGT a couple of months ago. Okay, so maybe I'll get my wish, guys. It's dropped down a little bit. This is not shortable for me, so I can't short it anyway. Okay, again, not for the faint of heart, but there's the VRIX and just got halted on the way up. All right, let's have some fun here. Let's see where VRX could open. No real clue yet. VRX is halted at 2134. Suggested open 2135. That's not gonna hold. So let's just see what happens with the VRAX. You can see how it's starting to change a little bit now. This is then that screen I just showed you is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, now we're getting a big red candle to open. Yeah, so this one I don't like, the AYLA. I know it's moving up on the leaderboard, but when you look at it, to me, there's just too much resistance right around 2. Now, look, if you took it at 170 right here and it got right up to 2, that'd be great, of course, percentage wise, but we don't know that's going to happen. So, oh, okay. Well, good luck. Good luck, Dak. If I don't know if you can hear me, you got me on mute. Yeah, GovX is not. So the high yesterday was what, 185 or so? Let's put an alert there. 186. And let's see if it takes out the high. The next area would be the 200-day moving average, which is at 227. That would be far enough away on a percentage basis. All right, guys, I would stick an alert over 3 for FRGT and see if it takes it out again. All right, USEA active again. Looks like the next high looking left is around 243. Yeah, 243, then 250, and then then around 3 for USEA. It's certainly chasing it on a 15-minute chart right now when you count the pre-market. All right, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt for VRAX, these are going to open in about 20 seconds, 15 seconds actually. So here we are, 9:32, so it should open at 9:37 plus 45 seconds, about 8 seconds from now, if it is a 5-minute halt. So let's see what happens with VRAX. And it just opened and popped. And then dropped. 2164 was the halt. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, well, this is okay. It did get back up to the halt price. 2146, sorry, 2164 was the halt price. It's right there, almost right there right now. Oof, it is yeah, that's a tough one, guys. I mean, I'm just showing you this because it's active, but that is a really, really tough one. You've got the spread to deal with, plus the fact that it's incredibly whippy. So not for new traders, not even for an old trader. This is really, really whippy. And it looks like it's going to get halted on the way down now. I'm pretty sure it's going to get halted on the way down. And there you go. So it's halted on the way down now. Whoa. And now look, I mean, I don't know if this is going to hold, but halted at 1928, 1555. So mixed emotions about showing these things at all, but we're in a trading room, so just don't want new people to say, "Oh man, look at that! What did it get up to a few days ago? Got up to 27. Monkeypox. How could anything go wrong?" How's this SWN doing? I haven't seen it pop up. Let me do a reset. You guys having any chart issues? No? That must be very special then. How come I'm getting some chart issues, not loading? Let me do another reset. But that's not a delay. There is delay and then there's no load. No, I'm not talking about an IB. I'm talking about trade ideas. Yeah, something's going on, guys. I am live. You're having chart issues also? Okay. All right. Keep doing an account reset. There we go. Okay. Shoot. Okay, guys. RDBX. Looks strong again. The high yesterday was, what was it? 658. So it's, getting close to that high yesterday. I'd stick an alert there. Yeah, it takes out that high of yesterday. It may have a shot because that's kind of where it's stalled. There's some highs over here, and if it can take out that, then the next high is 765. Barfs, BRFS. I'm sure they did not. One of my favorite food company symbols. Anyway, BRFS. Um, what is the next high? Yeah, it looks too close to me to be the next high. Another great trading day ruined. How come? All I had to do was, sometimes you just, go to account and click the reset connection a couple of times. Normally, you don't have to actually reload trade ideas. Okay, guys, SBFM. Again, I just don't like I just think there's too much resistance. Not that far away for SBFM. So Southwestern really hasn't moved. SWN, I guess it's mainly a gas play. So this was moving higher because of the increase in gas, natural gas. What's happening is I'm not sure I can help you other than just try to do an account reset. Click on account and do a reset. I don't know what's happening exactly. My charts were delayed, well, not delayed. They weren't loading for about, I don't know, 20 seconds, but that's it on my end. Nicely done, Dak, on the AYLA. All right, PGY was doing something not badly at the beginning, but now it's giving up quite a bit. PGY. All right, Zach, I took your advice and I dropped it from 20 down to 15 minutes for your bounce plays and your topping plays. So I'm seeing FSLY as a potential top bounce. However, what the market is doing now, you would think that with FSLY, there's pretty good support right around that 1020 to 1025 level. Well, man, Zach, I mean, a DAC, if this takes out two, you've really got something going here for the ILA. Nothing like canceling a financing to put some juice into the stock. Wow. I mean, that's a great trade. Congratulations, DAC. See, I thought two would stall it, not even close. Give me a moment here, guys. Well, you know, that float, 6.6 million in the float, that of course is contributing to this huge move for AYLA. Yeah, keep an eye on the FRGT, guys, just in case it takes out three again, okay? FRGT, just in case it takes out three again. All you have to do is put a price alert and see if it does. Who the heck are they, Zach? Blue or Kane in? Oh, Blue Orca. Blue Orca invest. So many of them now. All right, VRAX opened. It was halted at 1928, resumed at 1734. All right, so a little bit of a bounce for the FSLY. Do we trust it? I mean, it looks like it's following the market. This is from Zach Scan. It looks like it's following the market. Market's got a big, giant bottoming tail now for that second 15-minute candle. This is not a giant bottoming tail, but it is a bottoming tail for FSLY. So it looks like it's tracking the market somewhat. iMac. What is iMac doing? So ILA is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, so I can't, I know it's showing up on your bounce scan, on your topping tail scan. Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on, I mean, obviously if SIGA takes out 16 again, it's a difficult intraday trade. And I got a little bit lucky on it yesterday, briefly, but it's a difficult intraday trade. Whoa. Now look at VRAX. It's gone negative, guys. Oh, VRAX has gone actually negative, and it's halted on the way down. Keep an eye on the USEA. It's pulled back. It's starting to move again. You know, look at that 5-minute chart. Little green candle there. A PGY is having okay, you can see how this can work, guys, on the races. This is not a high of the day, almost though, PGY. So it's showing you that it's pulled back and now it's starting to move higher. The high in the pre-market was 1227 or so. ALU looks still pretty strong. It gets into the 220s again. It could have another run in it. I mean, I don't know where the resistance is. I mean, if you look left on a monthly chart, well, okay, 290. Well, let's take a look at the weekly. Sorry, I should have been looking at the weekly. 250, 223, 222. So 250 is sort of the next high. Looking left on a weekly chart for AYLA, not AYLO, DAC. Yeah, a little bit choppy right now, that 220 level for AYLA. I'm going to reset my alert. Yeah, the SBFM is moving. Well, I mean, I thought maybe that 200-day would stop it. So far, no. It's right at it. 127 is a 200-day moving average for SBFM, so it's right at it. I kind of thought all this would block it, but maybe not. It's a low float, 15.9 million in the float. Just always looking for things that have a little bit more room to run before it hits some resistance areas, you know, including a 200-day moving average or what I would consider resistance areas on the chart. Trying to be selective. Little gold miner, Harmony Gold. Haven't seen this one for a long time. South African company, I think. Ah, shoot, I was looking at that KOSS. Boy, this is a potential short, guys. Well, yeah, again, so much for the 200-day being resistance for SBFM so far anyway. Let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news for it. Canadian company. Yeah, I mean, it still looks good. I mean, the longer, obviously, well, you know the stack, of course, but the longer this AYLA holds over two and sets up a nice base there, and then maybe pops from there. All right, well, if you took this SBFM, the next high looking left is 144 on the daily chart. All right, guys, SIGA over 16 now. A GA over 16, getting close to that high yesterday, which was, I think, 1634. Remember, I mean, this got down yesterday after hours, right back down to 1381. So, I mean, this is still very, very choppy. GovX is still challenging the high of yesterday. It got almost to the penny, I believe. 184 got up to 186 was the high yesterday. All right, so I'll start paying attention to the ones that win more races, of course. That's how I have it ranked. So far, USEA is 1-2, AILA is 1-2, and as the over the course of the day, and there is a kaboom for Isla. She's saying Isla. I have it text to voice. Well done, Dak. But that popped up and came right back down. Man, oh man. Yikes. So there's like a lot of profit taking right there. Well, let's see if it holds too. That's pretty nasty, guys. That was quick, right up to 240 and right back down to 2 in a heartbeat. And of course, all about that float. This little oil play, HUSA, HUSA. This is starting to move. The next high looking left, though, is 479. Could stall it. Are you, IJ, I'm talking to someone in a YouTube room. Are you asking how do you see them coming before it happens? You can't, if that's what you're asking regarding the AYLA. I mean, there's no way to absolutely predict that it was going to get up to 240 and then drop in a heartbeat. Okay. I mean, you can kind of look at the topping tails on the, let's see, on the 5-minute charts before, but there's no way to predict that it was going to happen that rapidly. Yeah, virus play, trying to get early adoption. For IFRX. This is a German company. Emergency use application. That's what I wanted to say. EUA. Well, guys, SIGA's right at the high of yesterday now. Yes, in fact, I think it just triggered. Yes, right at the high of yesterday. Well, IG, I mean, there are people that think, overextended, high RSI, things like that. But to predict, that dramatic a drop, I don't think anybody can predict, that sort of a drop. But if you have a way, great. Okay, well, AYLA, kind of holding nicely. I'm getting more interested here on this pullback, holding two fairly well. Man, SBFM, there's a miss SBFM. Look at this thing running. I don't see any news on it. Anybody see any specific news for SBFM? Is it a meme play right now? I mean, this is just, that 200-day moving average did nothing to stall it. It's a low float, 15.9 million in the float. And there are some shorts available at Interactive Brokers. 144 is the high looking left, so it's right there. That's on the daily chart. All right, guys. Well, with this AYLA, it's actually giving us nice pause here, just over two. So let's see if this two really holds and then starts to move off it. Again, I'm really interested in this one. As Dak says, wait for a pullback. Well, there's the pullback. Good grief, look at SIGA now. Well, this is an all-time high. One of these ones, I mean, I guess if you really believe this monkeypox thing is going to, be, I mean, obviously it's a thing, and this is kind of the leader in the sector. I'm just going to assume that this SBFM must be some kind of a Reddit, a Reddit play of some sort. Okay, guys, AYLA holding two very nicely. Okay, now the GovX is starting to piggyback a little bit more on the SIGA pop. Still is not at the high of yesterday. It is monkey, yeah. It didn't do anything yesterday, CMRX, but maybe delayed reaction, but it did nothing yesterday. The other one was the TNXP, the two from the AI yesterday. Okay, guys, there's the GovX. Just took out yesterday's high, or is at yesterday's high. Now you've got $2 to contend with, plus that 200-day moving average. But as we saw before with the SBFM, that didn't matter at all. SBFM, sorry. What a joke that VRAX is. People saw right through it. Yeah, there's just little pockets of resistance potentially for this. Imagine if all this weren't, well, if you can see what I'm doing on the daily chart, when you look at USEA, if all the 6 days previous were underneath the current price, and then we could look left and we'd see a big high of 430. That would be awesome if that could happen. Wow, Siga. Boy, this is really getting wild now. All-time high now. All right, let's do a quick look at the dock channel bar. And this time we're going to look at the change from the open, and I bet you we're going to see a big change in energy. Okay, look at this, guys. This is classic. So if you were with me or with us in the room about 10 minutes before the open, around 9:20 Eastern time, what we saw with XLE, 100% of them were up from yesterday's close. But I said we can get a really different picture once the market opens. Okay, so look at this. So 90% of them are now below the open. So again, that open is the first trade of the day. 90% of them, they might have traded, here, and now they're below that price. Whereas when we looked 10 minutes before the market opened, 100% of them were above yesterday's close, but now they're starting to give all that up. And tech is about 50-50. When we looked, I think it was about 90% of them were down. So tech has had a little rally. Financials have had a rally. But look at energy. I mean, energy has just been thumped. All right, moment of truth for the AYLA guys, trying to hold that 2. Meanwhile, the SBFM that I'm not in is just making me a little bit sick. Red bar ignored actually on the 5-minute chart. Oh, no news, guys, right? No news. Can't see any news on it. All right, Ayla, right back up, guys. Holding that 2 level. Zach, with all your knowledge about what happens in these Reddit, is this a SBFM? Is that one of them? I mean, I just don't see anything. I don't even see, that it's a short squeeze candidate. There's hardly anything in the short float. We just don't see anything. All right, guys, Isla, keep an eye on it. Looked like it was going to dip below 2, and then it didn't. Now it's right back up. This could be a good base here to launch AYLA. I mean, what a move. I mean, 50 from a dollar to $1.65, 58% move. Traded half the float so far. Well, that's right. There were shorts available too. See how many have been snapped up. All of them. Boy, a lot of people piling in to short this SBFM. At Interactive Brokers, the last time I looked, I think there were about 130,000 shares available, I think, and they're all gone. They've all been snapped up. Now, where? I don't know. And I'm sure the people that shorted, in this 150 area, probably a little nervous because the next high in the monthly chart is at 3, but let's take a look on the weekly chart. So the next high looks like 220. Wow. So PGY, that should be now the high of the day, right? Or not? Let me see. That's the 930. Yeah, so that's the high of the day now for PGY. Pre-market high was up at around 1230. Well, guys, I admit I'm somewhat fixated on this AYLA. I'm just kind of, what I got to do is just put my price alert back. And I'm just watching. I'm just watching AYLA to see if it holds 2 again. It pops off 2 again, and it gets back up into that 210 level. Just to trade, PJ, just to trade. Did the AI take, no. AYLA, no. All right, guys, one more test at that 2 level. If it really breaks down below it, I'm just going to forget about it for a while. I'm talking about the AYLA. Well, guys, GovX is on the move here. GovX is on the move. It's above yesterday's high now and approaching that 2. That was an AI alert from yesterday. Awesome one from yesterday, but about a 40 or 50% gain. All right, now when you look at AYLA, guys, look at those 2 bottoming tails now on the 15-minute chart. I mean, the sellers have been trying to knock this down a bit, but the buyers have been keep stepping in and protecting that or trying to defend that 2 level. For how much longer, I don't know. So this is what I'm talking about. So if I really stretch this chart out, so AYLA, so you see, whoops. So you see these bottoming tails here, the 15-minute chart, two of them in a row. This is the current, what time is it, 10:21? So this still has some time to close, about another 8 minutes or so. But again, what do the bottoming tails mean? Sellers tried to knock it down. They got it down to 191. Sellers closed it here at 211. Sellers tried again. They got it down to 196. The buyers look like they're trying to regain control. And here we go. Okay, you can see how bullish it would be probably if it takes out, well, right there. But that's why these bottoming tails can give you good clues of potential. And of course, excuse me, the reverse are the topping tails. Get a bunch of topping tails in a row. Buyers trying to, get it higher, sellers knocking it down, buyers trying again, sellers knocking it down. Excuse me. Again, there's this constant struggle and battle between buyers and sellers all day long, not just in this stock, but every stock. Boy, that GovX now approaching two. Again, almost a two, 198. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, you know what time it is. 10:24, so it's time for a little bit of talking in general about trade ideas in my homepage. All right. Now, first of all, if you're new to this trading room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic, and my name is Barry Enerson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So I just put my homepage link in. There's a lot of information there. The other thing I want to do, though, before I do that, is put in the test drive link, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. We don't have free trials, okay? But as close as you're going to get to a free trial. Test drive. So click on the test drive link. This is what you're going to see. So what is the test drive? So for $11.11, first of all, it starts on August the 15th and it runs to the 29th. That is 10 trading days, okay? It'll cost you $11.11. It'll be just as if you are our premium subscriber. You'll have access to our premium program, except no auto trading. Okay, so if you're taking this because you want to try auto trading, forget about it. Okay, but everything else is there. So it will cost $11.11. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You're not getting data until the 15th. Please read it carefully. Now, the reason I say that is because we get people who sign up today or tomorrow or before it actually starts, and they wonder, well, where's my data? So just read it, okay? You don't get data until the 15th. So if you wanted to, and once it's over, it's over. Don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription automatically. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to unsubscribe from, okay? So it's a great opportunity to try us out. We do this 4 times a year, so again, we're getting close, 26 today, so about 3 weeks from now. Okay, now I'm going to click on my home page. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and monthly for premium and standard. The premium annual is $2,000. Standard is $1,000, less the 15% discount. The big difference is the AI. AI was awesome yesterday. It had the 2 monkeypox plays with GOVX and TNXP. Nothing really happening today with it. What I would do though is I would start off with a monthly subscription. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund. Okay, so there's no rush to take an annual. You can start off with a monthly, $84, 160, sorry. Click on the monthly, 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. Okay, so if you maintain, so again, that discount's only good for the first month. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you decide, yeah, I wouldn't mind having an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. So let's get started. Take you about 30 minutes. Okay. And it starts off with there are 10 short videos. Starts off with a download and installation, first startup and login. So please do that before you do anything else if you do take out a subscription. Save yourself some headaches. Learn a little bit about the program before you try to dive into it. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. It's free. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, which is, don't think it's, well, I don't know if it's been stopped out, but I don't think it's going to work this week. But you have a stop. So as long as you manage it, you don't get hurt. Trade of the week, though, is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and that is a free service. All the education is here. Click on the education section. We've got a great user guide. What I would do, once you've done the let's get started, I would look at what an alert window is, what a top list window is. These are the sort of the building blocks of what Trade Ideas is all about, and also the stock racing that I talk about a lot. Okay, so you don't have to learn everything all at once, but I would certainly make sure you understand what an alert window is and what a top list window is and what the stock racing is. Okay. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today being Tuesday, it should be Michael Noss. Now, Michael is a big user of Brokerage Plus, and he also does a lot of back testing of his strategies. Okay, I do none of that. So save those questions up for Michael, and he'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. Also, Chris Varley is in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30, so you can head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30 and listen to Chris. Daily webinars. Today is Tuesday, so there is one on Tuesday today. This week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week it's back to the Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics, I mentioned Michael Noss. Michael put this together. It's a great, if you're brand new to trading, it's a great little series. It's all free. And it starts off with, what is a stock? Okay. And last, if you want my scans, here they are. Of course, you have to be a subscriber. You hear me talking about the race mode. This is that race mode. That's this right here that SBFM is just going crazy on again. You will hear me talking about Zach's bouncers and toppers periodically. You're hearing me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and down. So yes, while I do spend 95% of my time on this scan here, I do have a couple of other scans that I do watch. But look, you know, on Zach's bounce plays and his topping plays, got a grand sum of 4 stocks. Okay, so certainly not being distracted. And in my daily breakout and down, only 1 stock so far. So yes, I do have some other scans, but they don't give me very many. And that's by design. You know, I've got some I'll explain a little later, but I've got some very tough filters. I don't want a lot of different stocks coming in. What do I do in the pre-market? I use my pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down. Okay. So that's what I do in the pre-market. So if you want my scans, here they are. You know, I do have other scans. So save my link, then you can take a look at the education and my scans whenever you want. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what sorry, I got a symbol crash. So there's the GovX. Man, oh man, getting close and closer now to that 200-day, but you know what? Will that stop it? I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, it's the cheapest monkeypox play. It was a huge winner in yesterday's AI. So what are we? We're a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on doc channel bar, you'll see we have a lot of scans here also. What you're seeing here, these are theme-based layouts. So if I click on explosive winners as an example, this race scan right here is the one that I base my scan on. I've modified it a little bit, up the minimum volume. I think I've adjusted the price range, but this is basically what it is. So if you wanted to use this, you know, you could use this. You don't have to use mine. And as always, I want to go to another scan here. We're going to go to the momentum scan. So the whole idea of these layouts, we've created a lot of different, look at GovX right here, guys, okay? So we've created a lot of different scans within the layouts. So if you saw something that you might like, I showed you the other one, the actual race. But if you like, look, guys, TNXP, that was yesterday also. TNXP, that was the monkeypox play from yesterday also. And you can see what's happening. What we're really good at, if you want to build your own scans, I'm going to show you how you can do that, but real-time alerts. Okay, so what you're seeing here, this is a momentum scanner. If you wanted my scans, and you wanted to find out what they're all about, of course, these scans right here, you right click, configure, and then click on summary. This is going to tell you what the scan is looking for. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, 100,000 shares, etc. If all these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks right now. AEMD, I can't show it, I have to cancel out of this, but AEMD obviously just made a new high at 121. Okay? So that's what we're really good at, creating a sort of an event with a trigger. In this case, it's a new high for the day and getting a real-time alert. So if you like this scan and any other scan, what I'm really trying to show you is you can go to the different channels, take a look at the different scans that we have created. You can look at my scans. And if you like them exactly the way they are, in this particular case in the channel, then you right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. What you're doing is you're taking the scan outside of this layout. And when you do that, you will get the free floating scan. Now what you can do, if you like it exactly the way it is, then you just right click and save or share to the cloud and then save. Now it goes into your cloud. Or if you wanted to, you could right click, configure, and you click on that summary again. If maybe you wanted to make an alteration. Maybe you didn't like this price range. So you just change it. You click on the, and again, guys, I'm not trying to show you how to use trade ideas, like all the ins and outs. I'm giving you an overview. Okay, it's up to you to do the 30 minutes video, then go to the guide, and all this is covered. But all I'm really trying to show you is how you can go to the channel bar, you can start extracting scans, you can modify a scan if you want. So before you save it to your cloud, you can modify it to a different price range if that's what you want to do, and then save it to the cloud. Okay. And so hopefully this should be making sense. So you can go to the different channels, the different theme-based channels, start taking scans out you might like, saving them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back from the cloud and create a layout without actually knowing how to create a scan in the first place from scratch. We try to make it very easy. Now, I shouldn't say obviously, but if you want to create your own scans, you can, of course. Yeah, the IFR, I know I'm not about sleeping on it, but I am in the middle of my, this one is just running again, trying to get emergency use authorization. It's a COVID play. Well, you could take an entire layout and copy it if you want. But I would create your own layout. So that's the whole idea. Go to the different channels, extract scans that you like, and then you can create your own layout. You may not like everything that's in a layout, as an example, okay? So you can kind of pick and choose. Now you can have all my scans. You're going to my home page. The whole idea is really to pick and choose, and then you create your own layout, and then you save it. I can pick and choose the scanners that you might like from all the scans that we've created from within the channels. Otherwise, if you just wanted to see the channel, you don't really have to save it. You just have to go new doc channel bar, and let's just say for argument's sake, you wanted this Momo channel, momentum. There it is. So now you can take a look at it, and you can keep this up and running all day if you want. And if you wanted to have another channel up, again, click new, doc, see, but you see how when you're in this channel, my layout doesn't disappear. Okay, so you can have this layout up and running if that's what you want. Here's my layout in the background. You can put it on another monitor if that's what you want. So I'm not sure you have to really copy it. Because if I do want to have another layout from the channel bar, I just click on new, dock channel bar again, and say I want that explosive winners. Here it is. And underneath it, is that channel. But I wouldn't get too, I wouldn't get too crazy. I mean, don't get too overwhelmed. I would really, really try to make it simple. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. I don't believe IG. It has to be on the right-hand side. Question was, can we stack them on the bottom or the right-hand side? No, right here. So if you want to make your own scans, though, you can. So if I right-click on an alert window and I click on configure, instead of summary this time, I'm going to click on search. And these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons. And if I scroll down till I see these icons, these are our filter icons, okay? So don't get hung up about how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they figured that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts and filters so the majority of our customers, with all the different types of trading styles there are, could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. So you've got your options here. You can have all the scans that we created in the channel bar. You can take a look at them. You can modify them if you want, or you can build your scans from scratch if you want. It's up to you. Probably if you're just starting out, I would look at my scans and I would look at the ones we've created for you. Well, there's no option, IG. I mean, they float to the top. I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about moving up on the leaderboard? I'm trying to talk. I'm speaking with somebody in our YouTube room. The winner. Are you talking about the winners floating to the top like this, and moving up the leaderboard? I'm not sure I know what you mean. The winners, when you say winners floating to the top, are you talking about something right now that is moving up? Or are you talking about how SBFM is in the #1 position? I've done this on purpose. At the end of the day, I like to see the ones that have won the most over the course of the day. I'm going to go over this in a little more detail. Okay, well, there's no option then. I don't remember when they floated to the bottom, to be honest. So an explanation about what you're seeing here in the racing. Races always start from a top list. okay? You have the top list. I'm using the biggest gainers from the open. Now, you don't have to, of course. This is what it's looking for, nothing fancy. You know, stocks between 1 and 50, minimum volume 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from the previous from yesterday. Okay, the close of yesterday. That's all it's looking for. Nothing fancy. So if I sort on the change from the open, and that's the whole idea of a top list, you know, you have all these various columns, and you can, if you double left click rapidly, you can sort on the various columns. So what I've done right now is I've sorted on that change from the open column. So I can see that SBFM is, you know, 59% above the open. Okay. But I can't really tell if it's moving right now. Okay. I really can't tell. I mean, if I stare at it and I see it's at 59.2, now it's at 59.4, you know, I start staring at these, maybe I could, but that'd be crazy, right? So I can't really tell what is moving from this list. I can't tell if something down here is moving. I really can't. So that is where the races come in. Now I'm running, just to give you an idea, I'm going to duplicate this window. So how am I running this race? So I right click, launch real-time stock race, and all this is covered in the guide, okay? So you have some options. You know, you have how long do you want your race to run? How long do you want your race to run? I've chosen 4 minutes. You don't have to. You know, I've just decided to choose 4 minutes. So I want my races to run every one. So a race will run for 4 minutes, and then I've checked auto rerun. So when a race is over, another one will start. Based on what? Just give me a moment here, guys. My Bluetooth just quit on me. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, just give me one moment as I adjust some volume here, okay? Well, there you go. So maybe you can still do that. I've always wanted on this side, but anyway, let me continue. So now the based on is the key. Now you can base it on any heading you've got. So some people say to me, "Well, I'd like to base it on the change from the open," but when I hit that little down arrow, I don't see change from the open. That's because you have to have it as a column header. Okay, so if it's not there, you can't base the race on it. So I'm going to base it on the change from the open, and I'm going to sort on always delta. And that's why these stocks, when they're moving up the leaderboard, they're changing the most. That's why I see them near the top. Okay. I do want to use the replace cars because again, as a car starts moving up, it'll replace cars ahead of it. I like to see the show company logos. If you don't have an option that says show company logos, that means you're on a version that is you need a later version. You know, if you want the race cars, that's fine. That's how it all started with just race cars. And that is about it. Now maybe this is what we're talking about. If I with IG. So when I right click, I want to see show top 10 winners. Okay, when I show the top 10 winners, that's why I see these ranked. So I can tell right off the bat that SBFM has won a race 4 times a day, GOVX 4 times a day, AILA 3 times a day, etc. Okay, this makes a great watch list for the day. You know, if things get a little bit slow, you know, and something maybe not, you know, even if it's not moving here, you just click on one of these and see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up again. Okay, and that's it. Now, again, it's all in the guide. So what is happening is every 4 minutes, a new race for me starts. You know, some of you might want to race every 1 minute or 2 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes. That's up to you. And so just like any other race, when the race starts, all the symbols start at the same starting point. So what I'm looking for are the stocks that are moving the most. Okay. Right now, I can't tell by looking at a list like this, I can't tell what is moving or not. And I want to see, and that's why the ones that are moving the most are floating to the top of the leaderboard. Okay. And that's what I want. So when a race starts, everybody's starting at the same point. So just because SBFM, if I just sort on this, sure, it's up the most from the open, but it may not be doing anything right now. So, you know, I mean, it just did move. But you see what I'm saying? IFRX is starting to move. But something down here could be moving. I wouldn't know. But I want to know about it if it is. That is the beauty of the racing. I sort of liken it as a combination between a top list, symbols that you want to see, and an alert window. But with an alert window, you need a trigger. So for instance, a new high for the day or a new 5-minute high for the day or things like that, okay? All my alert windows are based on a new high for the day. Consequently, if something pulled back, I wouldn't see it even if it's starting to win a race, as an example. So I know I'm going on and on and on about this, but I really, really, truly believe that in order to really simplify, and that's what I've done, is if you just create a race on some top list that you want, and you can, you know, the biggest gainers from the open is pretty darn good, but you may have something else. For instance, you may want to have a race based on stocks that you want to follow, you know, like a symbol list. Maybe you've got a basket of stocks that you like to follow. You can do that. And then just concentrate on it all day. You know, like what I'm saying here, I'm going to click on USAA just to see what's happening. I mean, it's starting to drift down. So maybe I say, okay, I don't really like it, but what if it was stopped and then started to move? Maybe I take it on a pullback. So it gets you to concentrate. You're going to have a top 10 list at the end of the day. The other thing about the races is you don't have to wait for the race to be over. You know, you start to see some stock that's starting to move, you know, and the race just started. So what? You just click on it and see what it's doing. You know, there's the PGY. Now, again, something winning a race, it doesn't just mean that you're going to pile into the trade. You know, there is some chart reading experience that will come with it. You know, you've got to maybe look at the market, though. A lot of the things that we see here don't really care what the market's doing. These are smaller cap, but they're moving. But what this does allow you to do, instead of clicking like mad on alert windows all day long and top list windows all day long, it gives you a chance to focus. Okay, focus. That's what it's all about. You know, you can practice in our simulator, you know, take a trade in the simulator. Speaking of the simulator, let's take a look at it. And bearing in mind that I thought that the races were content. The whole idea when it first started, I thought, how could I possibly use this? Didn't make any sense to me. But I don't know, about maybe 3.5 weeks ago, the light bulb went off. And, it's really all about what top list do you use, okay, to create the most exciting races for the day. That's what it was all about for me. And then all of a sudden, now I've been doing it 3. Nah, Chris, there you are. I wasn't that far behind you. Chris Farley's in our YouTube room. And he was a more of an early adopter of it. Chris being one of the great traders at Trade Ideas, building you up. So I just put the Brokerage Plus link in. Okay, guys, I'm just putting the Brokerage Plus link in because okay, so if you click on the Brokerage Plus link, you will see there are 2 videos. There's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, don't worry. It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this window that we call Brokerage Plus. We're a scanner first and foremost, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Now, if you're using our web-based version, Brokerage Plus, nor are the races available to you, unfortunately, okay? The second video in that link that I plunked in there goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And as I said before, Michael Noss, in about an hour, will be in our YouTube room. And he's a bigger user. I don't use Brokerage Plus. I'll be perfectly frank. I don't use it. I trade from within IB. How I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, practice before you begin to trade using real money. Practice and you can take some of these, practice, just see what happens. And it's very simple. You click on new and then click on Brokerage Plus. This window, your window will pop up. You may not have the same columns as I have, but it should look like this. It should say not connected. The next step you do is go to the toolbar, and you'll see there are 2 options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says live, one says sim for paper trading, simulated trading. Click on sim. That not connected will turn to account. And once it changes to account, click on it, and then the simulated trading default will show up, and now you're in our simulator. Now the good news, our simulator uses our real-time data, okay? You don't even need a broker. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, okay? And then you're set to go. It uses our real-time data. So let's just say, you click on IFRX. You say, do I want to take this trade? Oh, just take the trade, just mechanically, just to show you how you do all this. And then you pick how many shares you want. Let's take 400 shares. I look at the bid ask. There's only a penny spread, so I can go in at the market. So I'm going to click the buy button and then send. Chris, I hate it. I hate that extra step. But anyway, now you're in the trade. It'll show up. Okay, so there's your IFRX. I'm not going to get into too much about money management today, okay? Maybe 3 times a week I do it, but now you can practice trading. Now, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, that's a way in which you can practice swing trading. You'll see this AEMD is here. This is one I was just demonstrating sort of the same way I was demonstrating with the IFRX. I was just demonstrating how you can take a trade. I didn't exit AEMD yesterday, so now it becomes a swing trade. So you can practice swing trading using this using our simulator. Okay. Okay, so how to sell partial or all of it? Okay, good question, Trading Mama. So, by the way, can you please take all that to off topic? Okay, uh, very few rules in the main room, but stocks only is just for stocks. Okay, like a specific stock. Virtually everything else will be off topic. Okay, Trading Mama. Hopefully you can hear that. So just go to off topic when you're asking questions. That's okay. So these are hotkeys on the side here. This flatten, half, and double. These are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of a trade, AEMD, as an example, I just highlight it. And if I want to get out of the trade completely, I can flatten it, or I can get out half the trade, or I can double the trade. These are, some very basic hotkeys. Or I could go down to the area, the shares area, and I could pick how many shares I want to get out of trade or sell, okay? And pick the price and all that. But if I just want to do it quickly, if I want to quickly get out of a trade, watch, I'll do it right now with the AEMD. I highlighted it and I'll flatten it. Okay, just took me out of the trade. If I want to get out of IFRX right now, I just highlight it and I flatten it. Okay, or again, get out of half or double, or pick exactly the number of shares down in the shares box. Okay. Okay, so Small Steps asked a good question. After I set up a shiny new layout, I want to save it. Do I have to save each window to the cloud separately and save the entire layout? Okay, this is what I do. I save everything I ever do, I save to the cloud. Be it if I create a scan, an individual scan, I'll save the individual scan to the cloud. Okay. And then then I will also save my layout to the cloud. Okay. I will do both. Now, the reason I save the individual scans to the cloud is this. So I may have a layout and maybe I'm using this. This is part of my layout, but maybe, you know what? Maybe I don't like it anymore. I just don't like this anymore. And so I want to get rid of it from my layout. And I bring back maybe another scan that I've saved to the cloud previously to see how it's doing. Okay. So that's why I will save individual scans to the cloud, anything I create, and then I'll also save the layout also. So does that make sense? Because you never know. I have brought back scans that I created years and years ago just to see, I wonder how they're doing today. Now, I will be doing probably less and less of that because, I'll just be concentrating on the race scan. Unless something dramatically happens to get me off this race scan that I'm not liking it anymore. I don't mean, I mean, sir, I could maybe get rid of the biggest gainers from the open. Maybe if the market is just crashing every day, down 1,000 points a day for 30 days in a row, maybe they're not going to be too many biggest gainers from the open. No, it shouldn't. That shouldn't have happened. Small Snaps. If I make a change right here, okay, to anything, if I make a change, I don't know, make a change in my single stock window, add a filter, do anything. If I save my layout to the cloud and I bring it back, all the changes should be there. I'd be very surprised, unless there's something that I don't know about. I mean, I'd be very surprised that, if you save something to the cloud, like a layout to the cloud, and you've made changes. Well, understand, when you save something to the cloud, you're not overwriting your previous layout. So is it possible that you loaded the previous layout? If I file load from cloud, But see, here are my layouts in the cloud. These are my layouts in the cloud, okay? If I open this one July 6, 2022, and I do something and then I save it, what'll happen is it's not gonna erase this layout. It'll just it'll create a new layout, okay, and with a different timestamp. Michael Noss, who will be in our YouTube room in about 50 minutes or so, okay? Somebody asked who is good at showing the use of Brokerage Plus. Meanwhile, guys, this one, which would completely and utterly lagged yesterday, the monkeypox plays. Look at it exploding today, the CMRX. Boy, it's all about monkeypox now. Why would you clear the previous layout? I don't understand why you would do that though, small steps. If I have a layout right now, okay, and then I want to save it to the cloud, I just file, save or share to cloud, okay, click entire, it'll probably, and then I save it. I'll probably give it a name and then just save it. But I will say this, because I don't really make too many changes, most of the time I also save to my computer. File, save layout, and then the name will show up here, okay? And then I can pick it, and then it'll ask me, do you want to overwrite it? And that's because I'm not making too many changes. Yeah, but if you say small steps, if you save something to the cloud, if you save the same named layout to the cloud, it's not going to replace, okay? It's not going to replace the previous one. You'll have a timestamp on it. You have to go, you could delete it, but it's not going to replace it. The only time if you use this file save layout, then it will replace it if you want it to. But if you save something to the cloud and it's the same name, it's not going to replace it. Okay? That's just the way it works. So doctor in our YouTube room, so if you can hang around for about 50 minutes, 50, Michael Noss will be there, and he's a way bigger user of Brokerage Plus than I am. All right, guys, things are, so I see the Sega is still strong. It has not had that massive pullback that it usually has, not yet anyway. Yeah, there's TNON is showing up on my, Chris is saying in our YouTube room, TNON. Yeah, I wonder if this is a monkeypoxer coming out of the woodwork. Another low float situation, 7.3 million in the float. So guys, you can see how Trade Ideas works. The market is down. Everything is down. SPY's down, Dow's down, Nas is down. Who cares? You know, if you want to go long things, man, I know a lot of people don't want to short. I get it. I understand. Therefore, maybe account limitations, or as I like to phrase it, psychological limitations. But with trade ideas, we can always find these little guys that move and plenty of volume. So it's not like you're going to get trapped into something. You want to get out of the trade, you can usually get out. Okay. But you got to be careful. I mean, these low float situations, you cannot take a trade and then say, you know what, this looks pretty good. I think I'll just go downstairs, make myself a pot of coffee, toast, and come back, even if it's 1 minute later. Look what happened with the island. But as an example, you know, this is a 5 minute chart, but I mean, if I showed you on a 1 minute chart what happened to Isla, I mean, this popped up to 243 and it dropped just like that. Okay, this was not like a gentle, oh well, little sell off, little sell off, little sell off. So if you'd blinked, you know, if you decided, you know what, I like it, it's a high of the day, it looks like it's moving, I'm going to take this trade, and if you turn your head for about even 15 seconds, you were down 40 cents. Look at I call it monkeypox. Look at Sega now, guys. 17, over at 17. It's been relatively stable. I mean, this one has a real history of up and down, and it still could. Remember, this got down to 1376. Yesterday, this is all right, guys. I am now, what's this SBFM doing? Yeah, still no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So those 113 or 120,000 shares got snapped up, but there would have been a little bit of agony as it moved up to 180, depending where you got in. There you go. So they trade in our YouTube room, a 5 second chart. My goodness. Uh, Dropped from 239 to 203 in 20 seconds. So there you go. I wasn't exaggerating. I said 15 seconds, but you turn your head, go and pet the dog, pet the cat, turn around, you're down 40 cents. You know, you wonder, is this SIGA going to be like the NVAX? Remember the NVAX at the beginning of the pandemic, how this was about a $4 stock and went up to what? $230. Yeah, some of these just move. We don't even know why. You know, the TNON, no idea. Don't see any headlines for it. Same with the SBFM. Again, it could be just some Reddit crew gets a hold of it and just pumps the heck out of it for a while. Well, let's take a look at TNXP. So of course it's above yesterday's high. And so this is a good example, by the way. You know, we talk about the AI and the use of it. It's really inactive today. But if you thought, you know, this monkeypox stuff is here for a while, you know, you could have swung TNXP and or GLVX from the AI yesterday. They both closed well, you know, and again, if you thought, well, okay, this could continue, well, there you go. Now, dismissed as VRAX, but I hate to say it, but it's kind of trying to come back here. Now, not for the faint of heart. It's not. It's still negative. Remember, it got up to what, $24 or so. $24 in the pre-market. They've turned themselves into a monkeypox play. But you can see what happened. I mean, from 24, almost cut in half at one point. We're down to 13. So you got to be really careful. 5 million in the float. Gosh, I hope I'm one of the 10, Zach. All right, number one, the pole position. Now, you know, I'm not looking at this at all, guys, but Michael Noss is the creator of the Market Explorer and all the strategies from within. Look, I'm basically not doing any of this, okay? But Michael will be in the YouTube room. If you know, I mean, I know I'm nagging about the racing, and that's what I'm going to do. But you know, if it doesn't fit how you want to trade, that's fine, okay? So Michael has created all of these what we call Market Explorer, all these strategies. They're not, you cannot modify them. And there's your money flow index. I have no idea if you're using it or not, Zach, but you want to ask him about this. And he's starting, you know, those of you who understand what the strat is, he's creating a lot of these also. Again, I don't use them all, and I probably won't. That doesn't mean there's no use for them. It's just that for me, you know, I just decided I'm hitching my wagon to the races, and that's it. Until it doesn't work for me, that's what I'm going to do. Well, William, with that comment, you've probably dropped out of the top 10. Here's another one, BJDX. What are you doing and why are you doing it? Who knows? Let's see. 152 is the next high. Looking left. I keep looking, to see, monkeypox and some of these little ones that just show up out of nowhere. Now, one of the things to keep an eye on, for me anyway, in the afternoon, 1 o'clock on, all of a sudden, and this has happened probably at least one or two times a day, some stock that we haven't seen all day, you just start to see it moving. I haven't seen it all day. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it just starts to move. And that's all you have to do. Just keep your focus on the window. So Hall says, he just made a comment about, I guess, one of those strats from the strat. Scanning for the inside bar works really well. Yeah, so this is what Zach is talking about. Now, I've made a slight adjustment, maybe price range, but other than that, it should be virtually the same. I think you were asking about LBRT. Where'd you see it? Well, this is from his topping play. These are the bounce plays. So if you want them, and this isn't a doc version of it. So if you want them, just go to my homepage, go to the scan section. Oh, I see. You do have them. Okay. Okay, look at FRGT, guys. Is this pullback over? Okay, FRGT was a star at the beginning, star in the pre-market. Market open, got all the way up to 313. It pulled back, but look what it's doing. It's moving up on the leaderboard, right at the top of the leaderboard right now. And is this a start of something that's going to start to move again? I look at this and think, well, maybe 270 might stop it, but that's 238 is not that's far enough away. You're absolutely right. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say I chickened out with the VRAX, but I definitely took my eye off it. I was actually considering taking some around that 1620 mark and putting about $1 stop. Okay. Good grief, monkeypox. Oh, did it? Let me take a look if it did bounce off that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. No. FRGT? Not mine anyway. I mean, there's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So it's way above it. Might be coming into it. All right, Isla, are you going to do it this time and stay there? That's a great break right here, guys. Look at that little consolidation break for AYLA. It has won 5 races now. at the top of the leaderboard, tied with IFRX and GovX. Can you not see the value of doing a sort like this, so you can see the ones that have won the most and follow them all day long? You know, sometimes they pull back to a little area. One of the common, I don't want to call it a complaint, but one of the common issues that people have said to us with trade ideas, it's too complicated. Okay, I don't know where to go. I don't know what to take. I don't have no idea what I'm looking at. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm telling you, this solves a lot of it. It solves the focus issue. I mean, look at, yeah, I mean, look at AYLA right now. I mean, it's obviously it pulled back from that high, but that was a brief blip. And now it's starting to move. Now, I don't know if it's going to keep moving. I don't have, my crystal ball isn't that good, but it certainly looks promising after all the holding around that 2 level that it did. And all traders will look at is that, well, you know what? It did get up to 243 earlier, and they look left, and the next high is around 250. So, I mean, you know, it's got a shot into that area. I mean, it's been a little bit erratic, but that's, you know, one example, of course. And hopefully I caught that sneeze in time. Um, let's take a look at MJ then. Okay, let's take a look at MJ, which is the ETF for cannabis. So far, no move. What an utter disaster. Look at this. I mean, it's like a, there was the, you know, when they started talking about getting some kind of a vote in your Senate, and then it's been drifting down since then. All right, guys, I'm just going to confirm that it is Michael in our YouTube room today. I'm pretty sure it is, but I always like to do a confirmation. Sometimes they switch up. Remember this ASRT that yeah, wow. This is one that I had yesterday, and it, you know, I can't remember if I took a little loss on it, or got flat. It was taking forever, and then look at it pop. I'm sorry. This is yesterday. I think I was in around here, the 320 mark, right around here, and it did nothing, nothing, nothing. And I think I exited, and then look what it did afterwards. Got up to 337, and then up to 343, and now 356. That was in the races. I mean, it wasn't, you know, a huge move, but I would have taken a move like that. Take 5 moves like that a day. It'll pay the bills. TCRT. Now, the other thing, Paul, that you might want to keep an eye on for pullbacks and things like that. I mentioned. Now, I really haven't done it, but yeah, okay. Look at FRGT now. see that big red? That means what's happened. It's like a big red tail. What that means is that it was starting to move and then it's pulled back. So a couple of things. Yeah, maybe it's a pullback, or maybe, maybe this is going to be something that you can short later. If it keeps doing that, start seeing these big red, I don't know what to call them, tails, big red streaks. I guess a streak. Call it a red streak. And the answer is yes. So Michael will be there. Michael Noss will be there in about half an hour in our YouTube room. So again, the originator of all of those. Where are you here? Market Explorer, all of these strategies. He's the originator of all these. Okay. And there's the strat. He's going to group them all together eventually. Pick. Remember Pick? P-I-K. It's got a ways to go until it hits that high of yesterday. So that is a lot of room. Okay, PIK. Another low float situation, 2.5 million in the float. Been a very active 3 days now for PIK. And again, I don't think we could see any news on it. Didn't this have something to do with Disney a while back? And that's why it had that big flurry back in, I guess that was March. Didn't it have something to do with Disney? Okay, this NTRB showed up. NTRB Nutrabrand, okay. Looks like either an IPO or a symbol name change back here. So you don't believe it? A trade? The Disney claim? So again, another low float situation. Now, they're not very much volume though in this one. Okay, NTRB, not very much volume. It's not even the relative volume is terrible. So I would be shying away from this one. NTRB. Famous last words that if it hits 10, but Well, it's sort of a red bar ignored here for the VRAX, but listen, guys, again, be awfully, awfully, awfully careful. I mean, look at that. I mean, I think as I was speaking, I think it just dropped $1 or more. All right, just taking some of Zach's bounce plays. Not terrible. You know, on a day where the market is really not putting any sort of a bounce in. Vedu. What do you do? VEDU, VEDU, starting to get some volume coming in. Education stock. I know it says Canada, but I believe it's probably more geared to the China market. And that is VEDU. All right, so here's a little pullback for EVAX, EVAX. I keep looking to see if they're going to be monkeypoxing it, but I don't see that. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys. Well, where was I? In the CTV. CTV. Again, you know, the volume isn't that great. I'm almost 4 times normal, but I'm not that impressed by it. All right, keep an eye on Walmart, maybe WMT. Trying to do something here, trying to get out of this area. Of course, if you don't know the story, they have guided very poorly. They don't release until the 16th, but they're really preconditioning the market that Not going to be pretty. So hence the huge drop. I mean, for 1.5 billion shares, 8%, that's a massive drop. So, but trying to come back a little bit here. This is, out of the price range that I like, but I know some of you will follow Walmart, WMT. Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, it is starting to move. The FRGT is starting to move, guys. Now, what Steve would say though is that 10 SMA is right above it. That's right above it on the 15-minute chart. That could stall it. Now, I don't know. Steve meaning Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. He's a heavy user of the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You know what I'm going to do though, because he doesn't use pre and post. So let me just, for fun, ah, okay, see if that, okay. You see, there's the difference, guys. That's interesting in this particular case. So see, Steve does not use the pre and post. And so look at that, it is actually bouncing on it. So that is interesting. Whereas using the pre and the post, the 10 SMA is above it. Yeah, the thing is, you know what I might do? Put a 15-minute chart because I do want to see. Not really. If it's a billing issue, Bob, just go to our homepage. I'll give you the homepage link. There are lots of people there who can help you. Okay, just go to the homepage, and when you click on the link, and when you get the little pop-up, the questions and answers, just do the ask and ask your question. Make sure you give them the email address that you've got that you're used to sign up so they can take a look at your account. Okay. Well, that is definitely a difference. Steve was talking about that last week to me. And when we were looking at some of them, they were very close. Anyway, they were very close. Okay. And so, but that's a big difference. There's no question. And obviously it's got to do with how much volume there was in the pre-market. Now, my issue though is I like to see the pre and the post. Well, the pre anyway, just to see, where it is. So what I might do is, because this is my main focus. So I'm just going to create another chart, another 15-minute chart, and put it on my other monitor. Yeah, there is a difference. I mean, look at that. There is a 10 SMA when you have the pre and the post on top, and it's on the bottom. It's holding it. Yeah, it's a bit of a perplexing one, Dak. Every time it gets back up into the 215s and all, I think it's going to run, and that's the AYLA. Well, we'll see who's right though. Okay. Maybe let's just see if that jams into it and drops because that's his other scan, popping into the from below into the 10 SMA and then presenting a short opportunity. So let's see. A good test right here. And this one, you'd be buying it, and this one, you'd be shorting it. You are welcome, small steps. What about the saving to the cloud and all that? All right, guys, getting close to my break in about 10 minutes. Michael will be there. So before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. And again, if you have questions about using Brokerage Plus, you have questions about, maybe wanting to backtest strategies that you want to backtest, Market Explorer. But be prepared, guys. You ask him questions, and he's going to say, well, as long as it meets your trading plan. And if you don't have a trading plan, he's going to harp on you about having a trading plan. Because you might say, well, what about this? Well, does it meet your trading plan? And if you go, huh? Well, he's going to say, you got to have a trading plan. Wow, this market has just been relentless now, guys. There's been no, I mean, we had that one at 10:45, little pull up at 10:45, but we've been 45 minutes, almost an hour straight down now. So any bounce plays, are going to be highly, highly suspect. I see you guys. Wow, I see you guys have been doing really well at the PGY. All-time high now. Yeah, it doesn't look good even for these bounce plays, guys. So unless something is still strong, I'm looking at the FRGT. Yeah, the it's just too hard. I mean, I just don't, it just doesn't want to really break out. That doesn't look good right now. It's not shortable for me. All right, guys. Well, here's a good case for FRGT to keep the pre in the post so far. Where's Steve? Well, to me, it looks like there's pretty decent resistance at 329 for pick, but that's that's far enough away. All right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in now, just preparing you for when Michael shows up. I'm going to head over there. He'll be there between 12 and 1. What is this thing? TSLQ. This looks really dangerous. This is coming from your topping scan there, Zach. This looks really dangerous somehow. No float information, not very much is traded. Well, this PGY definitely has room. I mean, it's all-time high. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys. I think you know what I did. I didn't call it. It was sort of on a whim, but that just sort of made wow. I think you know what I'm talking about, right, Poe? I took your advice with a wide stop. Oh my. Well, that puts me in a good frame of mind for my little workout that I do. I do my video first, and then I do my workout, and that puts me in a great frame of mind. Okay, so I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. I will direct you to our homepage and ask that question. Okay, they'll give you there is a, I don't know, trick or whatever. But somebody, it's, you got to run both an administration mode, things like that. But if you go to the homepage and ask the question, okay, just ask the question. I don't have Thinkorswim, so that's why I can't demonstrate it. But I know it's something to do with running both in administration mode. And I think there's a trick about, I just can't remember, but somebody will tell you for sure. Okay. Man, oh man, oh man. Okay, guys, Michael should be there pretty soon. Just waiting for him to pop into the room. It may not be over, but I'm done. I mean, I'm going to be taking my break. A couple of topping tails. I can't believe that happened as quickly as it did. Okay, oh, Michael, hope you show up. I got to get outside for a second. Come on, Mike. All right, so far that little 10 SMA is holding it. I'm going to have to give Steve a dig on this one if this doesn't take that out. There you are, Michael.
Here I am.
Okay, Mike, I got to run. Actually, got to run right now. Gardeners are here. I have to talk to them. So if you can take over right now, that'd be great.
Yep. All good.
Okay,
Have fun drinking.
right now.
All right. Okay, let me just grabbing the screen here. Grabbing this over, and if I hit that, that should do that, and then I hit there, that should do that. Perfect. Wonderful. Working as expected. Okay. So, as always, the speech. If you guys are new here, we open up the room for an hour. So for the next hour, it's going to be all just live Q&A, talking about whatever it is that you guys want to discuss. Just moving everything around here, sorry. Trade ideas, trading, all that kind of good stuff. We'll just be shooting the shit about that. So if you guys don't know who I am, my name is Michael Noss. I'm a chartered market technician. I'm a quantitative trader. I've been using trade ideas since 2006. So I should be able to help you out with whatever you need. So it's one of those, yeah. So let's have at it. Let's have a chat. Just all right, get everything booted up here and hooked up and charged up and ready to go and plugged in, and it's nice out. So I was working from my back deck, so it just takes a second to reset up everything in here. All right, first question right away. When Holly calls out symbols that are moving, can we adjust the volume of her voice? So, Holly doesn't call out stocks that are moving. She just calls out stocks that she picks. And the easiest way to do it is just right click on your little sound button on the bottom corner in Windows and click open volume mixer, and you'll have a different, so I have everything muted, but you'll have a bunch of things listed here, and just adjust the volume accordingly. Within the system, we just have a mute or not mute button, but you can just use Windows and just adjust the volume of each individual program that way. Easiest way to do it. Who do I use for my virtual machine? I use AWS only because that's just who I've used historically, and I've got everything set up here. I hear Windows 365 is roughly the same price, um, and just way simpler to use and way simpler to set up. So my suggestion would be, if I were to do it new, I would take a big look at Windows 365 off the bat there. And that's just for me, right? It's just one of those. There's tons of, like, there's ones that are focused on gaming. There's ones that are focused on all kinds of things. But yeah, I just use AWS because I always use it. But yeah, I hear Windows 365, the setup is super simple for. Um, and I even use this, the virtual machines here, even when I was a Windows guy and I had a Windows PC, because I just like the fact that I can kind of um, click, right? Click and move. I can just go through and um, I can take this same thing and I can load it up on right, my iPad, or I have a MacBook Air, right? All of these different things I can load up, and the trading kind of space as I have it always remains the same. And then I just use Mac OS for all of the cool Mac OS things that you can do. I have a multi-strategy window with some unnecessary columns. So yeah, multi-strategy window, it's a little bit different than to change the columns. It's under properties instead of under columns, right? So you have to go into properties, and then there's the columns header here, and then you can just remove anything you want. It is a little bit different than top lists and things like that, where they kind of have their own section. So it's just right click properties, and then your columns button's kind of right there. So it's one of it. I've brought it up a few times, but it is one of those things. It's just like a very mild annoyance, right? Because we have the columns button. For everything else, we can just do it under the configure menu, but then we move it for this one. I think it's because when you hit the configure menu, you're configuring by strategy, so we have to move it around. So it's just a little bit of a pain. This VUZI for you swing traders is something that I'm watching. I'm in a little bit of. I'm looking for it to kind of get and close over $8 here, right? 31% short float on this is pretty substantial. I always forget to bring up my pen here. So I forget you guys can't, my mouse doesn't translate on StreamYard. Is there a setting for that? General. I probably shouldn't mess with things. No, probably shouldn't mess with things. Layouts. Yeah, probably shouldn't mess with things big screens. Bingo, Dave says. Perfect. Would I still recommend TI Strength for someone who simply wants to buy on Monday and sell on Friday? Yeah, well, again, if what I would do is instead of just buying on Monday and selling on Friday, but if you just want to only interact with things on a weekly chart, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. I would look into stop limits for entry. Is something I always suggest for people who, maybe have limited screen time and can only check things maybe once a day or every few days, right? So, for example, I don't know, let's take something that looks good. It's funny if you look, all of these things are. Right, okay, so AMGN, right? So say you liked it, you wanted to enter this on Monday. So on Monday it would look like this. Um, you could just in your broker set a stop limit for, say maybe above 250 or something. And for people who don't know a stop limit, most people know what a stop loss is. That just says, get me uh, into or out of a position if X price is broken. With a stop limit, you set that price, and then you also set kind of the maximum price that you're willing to pay. So you may say, for example, hey, if this breaks 250, I want you to get me in, but only pay up to 251. Uh, and that to me is a good way to do it where if the thing just really really rockets, then you don't really have to worry about that. You don't need to kind of worry about getting filled like up at like 300 or something if some sort of earnings event or something like that, something huge kind of spikes it. So in that way you can just set that stop limit and then go about your day. Or you said you want to just kind of check once a week, you can go about and take a look and do that. And same with the trades that were given from the actual from the system itself. Let's actually get access to that email. And then most brokers, and if your broker can't, I would maybe consider shopping around with different brokers. You can attach orders to that where you can say, um, I want you to also, if the entry gets triggered, I want to put out the stop loss. Oh, wrong channel. For those of you guys who don't know what we're talking about, just while I load this up, we're talking about TI Strength, or also it's called TI Swing Picks, which is just a back tested algorithm that we've come up with that is basically a longer term kind of trade. So I guess a perfect example, right, is this cold. So cold right here, right? So the entries, um, you know, say you just wanted to buy it if it cleared this base. So say 32, right? In your broker, and again, if your broker can't do it, I would maybe look to shop around a bit, but you should be able to say something to the effect of, if this gets above 32, then buy it, assuming, and put a limit on that buy to make sure you're not buying it at like 40 if the thing gaps up to 40 or something because of some sort of news. And then if that, and most places will call them like conditional orders, or I also heard them called OTO, or one triggers other orders. You would say, if that gets triggered, then put my stop wherever right here. And then you should be able to walk away until you set on Friday, where you can load up your positions and take a look at them and see if it's something that you want to manage, if you want to change something. Um, and that's how I would look to do that. So instead of just buying on a certain date and selling on a certain date, which again you could do, um, that just to me makes a little bit more sense, because then you just got the order out there, and if coal just kind of tanks down, you're not triggered, so you don't lose anything. And then maybe you can just, if you're a TI subscriber, you can just sit down. Like I know a lot of people, a lot of people who trade like this. I've mentored a lot of people who trade like this, where they get a system, something like TI strength, and they use stop limits for entries and exits, right? Where they'll just say, they'll scan through, knowing that there's a statistical advantage to the symbols in this list. And then they'll just pick their entry and pick their stop loss and then kind of move on. And to be honest, it, in a lot of ways, um, is an advantageous way to trade, right? There's a lot of people will tell you that micromanaging positions isn't always the best move. My buddy Chicago Sean, who does a lot in the options world, does a lot of the same thing where he basically he'll buy an option and he will price out the option as if, so he'll be like, okay, I'm going to buy options on Lily because I think it's going to go higher. And he will price out the option as if that option goes to zero, then he's still fine. Uh, and then from there, he just immediately, as soon as he buys it, puts out an order for half of the position at a double to cover his risk, and then just holds the rest forever. And he calls it his 25 Delta lifestyle, where as soon as the trade's set up and good to go, he can close everything down and go do whatever the hell he wants to do. And for a lot of my swing trading, it's kind of the same way, except I do all of the entries and exits myself and I do them on the close. So for my swing trades, I only really open my swing trading account once a day. And it's, an hour, maybe a half hour to the close. Right. And what I'll do is I'll kind of say, hey, so for example, relative strength, right? That's what we're talking about with TI strength is what sectors and what industries are the strongest, and let's look for names in that. Well, I'll test you guys as I go through this. Which of these, what do most of these things have in common between SIGA and Pfizer? Not so much Shell, but I think that's a buyout, so ignore that. Amgen, I'm going to keep going until someone gets it. JPK's a little weird one, but CI, let's go. Halo, yeah, biotech. Yeah, Dave got it. So it seems like biotech, pharmaceuticals, and if we check on the XLV, which is our kind of healthcare, and then XBI, right? So look at both of those and kind of keep those in your head, and then let's look at the overall market with the SPY. So biotech, healthcare seems to be doing well, right? We have Halo, we have Lilly, right? A lot of these names are the strongest. So it's important to understand the concept behind what it is that you're trying to trade. So the concept of TI strength is just saying, hey, what's the strongest shit out there, right? Pardon my French. Right. So the strongest stuff out there right now seems to be biotechs, pharmaceuticals, healthcare, this kind of stuff seems to be doing the best. So what I would do if you are planning to trade infrequently, which again, I think there's a lot of people out there that if you took them away from the computer more, they would end up making more money. I would just do it like that. Just research stop limit orders with your broker and how to trigger them, and then also do research either conditional orders or one triggers other orders. I've heard them called the same thing. And then just set up your trade and go. And then a lot of places like interactive brokers and stuff will actually have timed stop outs. My issue with timed stop outs is I don't like using them because why, right? um I think it'd be more advantageous if you're looking on like a weekly chart to go through and to make sure that, let's go way back here and to just kind of check them periodically. So this is Um, Monster's been so what did Monster look like on 6-2 is where it showed up on TI strength. So somewhere in this area. So for example, if you took Monster on this 90 break and maybe you put a stop below the 20-day moving average or whatever. So I just scrolled way back on TI strength. You can go very far back on this one. So yeah, say I took this on a 90 break. So I'm in around 90. I put my stop maybe under this swing low candle, that kind of thing. Um, getting out a week later would have been good, but what if this thing is just going to continue? So what I would rather do myself, I'm not going to tell you how to trade because we can't do that, and we wouldn't, is I would just be moving my stop up to see if we get that $100 break. So right, my stop might be right here. And then you could go away. Each one of these candles is a week, right? So you could just say, okay, well, I need to look at it, see if it gets triggered, and away you go. And then do your portfolio rotation that way. So I really suggest Halo, for example, same. So this came into TI strength. Looks like it was already in it, kind of in this area. And we can do that as well. And right, Lily, right, all of these have been on TI strength for a while. Vivo was in right in through here, right? Because again, relative strength rotates, but it doesn't rotate like super quickly. So my point is, I guess I'm just answering my point. My point is, I wouldn't just ever sell something 5 days later because you want to sell it 5 days later. I would rather come up with some sort of a trailing stop kind of mechanism. um, I don't like, and I see the question there, just the 5% trailing stop. That's 5% way too tight, especially for big, if you're using like weekly candles. It's just way too tight. You'll never get away with it. And that traditional trailing stop, I just don't like as much as, we're talking about a management of something that should take um, 5 minutes a day from your phone, right? You should be able to open up your phone, or even, sorry, 5 minutes a week from your phone. Open up your phone once a week and drag a stop loss up or down. And again, if your broker doesn't have a phone app, or it doesn't have stop limit or conditional orders, I would shop around to different brokers. So that's more or less, say someone dumps $10 million in my bank account tomorrow, and um, I'm the kind of person that I would never retire. I love trading too much, but I think if I was worth, 10, $20 million, I'd probably have a few $1 million swing trading account for fun and income, mostly for income, just to have another thing to do. But I would probably only ever look at stuff once a week, right? I don't want to be chained to a desk. Um, So I would do kind of what I described there. I would use an algorithm like TI strength to find the strongest stuff, and I would just place my order and push it. So question is, instead of 5%, what is comfortable? Again, I don't think any of those work. So just think about a percentage, right? If you're trading a $1 stock, if it's 20%, that's 20 cents. If you're trading $100 stock, it's $20. At the same time, there's going to be stocks, you can take two $10 stocks. One of those, and here's a perfect example, SIGA as a $17 stock, on a percentage basis, is going to move much crazier than, like, I don't know, what is GE's price? GE, which is a $70 stock on a percentage basis, right? These things are going to be wildly different, even though they're, if you take two $10 stocks, they're going to move completely different based off of the volatility of that underlying. That's why I think just a um, simple like percentage basis like that is just probably not going to work. And it's just a little lazy too, right? Like, why not just open your phone once a day and shift a stop up, right? If you can't, once a week, if you're playing off weekly charts, I would say if you can't pay a close enough attention to do once a week to the kind of swing positions, then I just probably wouldn't either. You got to get into fully automated trading, or it might not be for you, right? You may be more interested in something else, right? 5 minutes a week from your phone to trail some stops around, um, just shouldn't be. Because the only reason I could think that you wouldn't have 5 minutes a week or 5 minutes a day if you're doing kind of daily swing trades would be that um, you're off the grid. And if you're off the grid, again, maybe holding positions might not be the best. Holding positions that you're looking to get, that you're worried about a 5% wiggle against you, it's probably not the move, right? You always have to assess that when it comes to what it is that your trading style is how much time you can afford to it. And if you can't do that 5 minutes a week or 5 minutes a day from your phone, maybe then you're going out to monthly charts and you're looking for big moves on something on like the monthly time frame. And then again, if you can't do 5 minutes a month, then it's like, well, you're living in a cave somewhere. So I would just worry about like growing food at that point. And again, I'll always preface that by saying, if you got something that's working for you, have at it. But that's just how, if I was limited on time and couldn't watch the screen very much, that's more or less how I would take care of it. Just right, drag and drop stop, right? Michael, in this market, are you using TIS for swing trade? Oh yeah, I use it all the time and I love it. I'm still in some EDU from the initial TI strength call down around here. I think it was around, what's this? It's like 15-ish, 16. And I'm just using kind of this 20 period moving average as a trailing stop. I sold out a chunk when we got up here in the 20s, and we were just kind of chopping around for these few days. I'm not gonna lie, it's not the best environment for swing traders. It's just not. Um, but the thing is, if you're looking for something that's going to make you money all the time, like every day, every week, every month, every year, don't trade. Right? Just don't. Now, another thing you can do, which I do myself, is you diversify trading styles. Like I do some day trading and I do some swing trading, and I trade cryptocurrencies a little bit, and I trade forex a little bit, and that kind of thing. But for that, you need to kind of be um, somebody who can monitor the markets a lot. I do a lot of that from my phone, but um, but the way I look at it is that you never know when the turn is going to be. So you just have to continuously manage whatever your trading style is, understanding that there's going to be some areas where it works phenomenally, and there's going to be some areas where it doesn't work the best. And that's the nature of it. Right. Again, if you want to have something that's going to pay you all the time, that's just a 9 to 5 job. And then if they don't pay you all the time, then you go, okay, well, then you worry. When it comes to trading, your goal is to, over the long run, beat the hell out of the market. So, again, there's going to be some times where things work. There's going to be some times when things don't work. That's fine. Coca-Cola, the most boring stock ever. Up a bit on earnings. Might look to break a bit, but Again, it's just so boring. And I know everyone looks at TI strength and says, "Oh man, these are boring stocks," but they're not always boring stocks. They're boring stocks right now, and they're boring stocks right now because that's what's relatively strong. During the pandemic, during even before the pandemic, there was some really fun names on there because those were the best stocks at the time. And that's just how it works, right? Is the algorithm decides kind of what's looking good and what's not, and it will tell us what's relatively strong. We don't really have a decision there, and that's because that's the algo. And my hope is at some point it will be fun stuff again. A little XLU movement here. So this is our XLU is your utilities. So that's kind of interesting. Don't some form of fundamentals move the market? They will. The question is there a way to know what fundamentals are going to move the market in what direction in advance? Right? That's the what moves the market is irrelevant. What you can do in the market is relevant. Right? That's why I always tell people don't trade off news and fundamentals is because you know you're always behind because my saying about news is that if you know the news, everybody else knows the news and it's already priced in. Right? You always got to remember when you're in the market who you're competing with. Um, you're competing with, right? So if I'm trying to say, oh, I'm going to buy uh, Amgen because I think XYZ about the fundamentals of the company, it's like, okay, but what's my edge? What's my edge over Goldman Sachs that has 7 interns that they're paying, and then they've got 43 analysts making 500,000 a year, and their job is just to look at Amgen and the entire marketplace. And these guys are MBAs from Harvard, right? Do I have an edge there? No, right? What's my edge? Well, my edge is I can build algorithms. I am, for people who don't know, I'm the creator of TI Strength. I can build algorithms. I can test them. I can have confidence that they will outperform the market in the long run. My edge is my ability to read trends and read a chart, and my edge is how nimble I am. I'm interested in Amgen because it's breaking out here, and if it closes up here today, I'll probably buy some. But then if it closes back down inside the space, I'll just get back out. And that nimbleness is something that we have as an advantage trading that the overall institutions just don't have. So you always got to think, right? It is a competitive game. It's not even a zero sum game trading. It's a negative sum game because every time you push the button, your broker is making money, whether they're charging you a commission or whether they're selling your order flow to Citadel or whatever, right? They're not filling your orders over the kindness of their heart. So they're making money. So it's a negative sum game. So to win a negative sum game, you need to have some sort of advantage. So you always have to think, what is that? Now, if it's, I read the news and I think this is going to happen, so I'm going to buy this. It's like, okay, but is that an edge you can do in the long run? And so what's your edge, right? Share your workspace. Yeah, you can have this. Again, all these are pre-built scans, so there's nothing here that I've customized. people don't know, we have the ability to share layouts and stuff. So I'll just share this cloud and I'll just save and share and I'll copy that over. So technical analysis simply put probabilities in your favor. Yeah, well, that's what all traders do, right? Regardless of the way you trade, there is no trader on earth that is 100% accurate. And if there is somebody saying that they're 100% accurate, they're lying to you, and you should run as far as you possibly can. Because yeah, there is nobody out there who has a 100% accuracy in trading. They just don't. So without getting into the nerd stuff too deep, if people remember that, you know, your old school normal distribution curve, right? This is what happens when things are random. They take this normal distribution, right? And this is what you would expect any random thing to occur, like coin flips or dice rolls or something like that. But the market doesn't work like this. The market has what they call fat tails, which essentially just means that trends in the market persist longer than they should if the market was random. And that chart, poorly drawn right here, is the premise of technical analysis, is that if the market was a purely random thing, then trends wouldn't persist longer than they should. And that's it. That's like, I've just summarized technical analysis for you and why it works. So if we know that trends persist longer than they should, then we can just discern that just some trend following um, some trend following metric is it's going to be the way to go, right? You just follow a trend and you have a way to get into a trend and way to get out of a trend, and away you go. And that's kind of the entire crux of the market. So that's what we do as technical analysts. We try to figure out the trend for our time frame, and we try to make sure that we are aligned with that trend, and we have a way to get into the trend and a way to get out of the trend. But again, I have traveled the earth. I've been to, I'm from Canada. I've been to US, all over the US. I've been to China. I've been to the UK. I've been all over the globe, talking to traders, consulting with different trading firms, things like this. And the one consistent of the profitable traders that I talk to is that they all have like barely better than 50-50 win rates. I've talked to a whole bunch of traders with way less than 50-50 win rates that are very successful traders in their own right. And it just comes down to risk management and riding trends, right? You can make a lot of money as a trader with a 35% win rate if when you hop on that wave and hop on that trend, you hold that trend for a really long move. And again, all these people just have some sort of written and tested trading plan that gets them involved in a trend and stays involved in a trend until it ends. And they only need a couple of those every year, and they're good to go. Michael, TI strength showing slightly different stocks than yours. It shouldn't be. Make sure there is no configuration with TI strength. You just open it. Now, if you're just load up the channel, right? That's what we have right here. You can see they're all the same. KO, Siga, all of these. So this is the channel, which you might be on, which is just TI swing picks, but there's no configuration. It's all pre-built, running to you. Maybe reset your system. Maybe it's lagging or something, or maybe you're scrolled down. I don't know. Make sure you're scrolled up to the top, but there's no configuration to this. It is what it is. What about technical analysis with fundamental swing trade into a catalyst? That's very common. It's very, very common to combine technicals and fundamentals. I don't, but a lot of people do, including hedge funds and institutional traders and all of that. Quite often, you'll see, and this is someone who worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years, you will see in hedge funds them having both CFAs and CMTs. So they will have fundamental analysis and they'll have technical analysts, right? And the fundamental analyst job is to try to say, okay, look at the macro environment or look at the individual stock, right? So a technical analyst or a fundamental analyst, let's just bring up a random chart to use an example. Let's use TAP. Fundamental analysts may say, hey, we noticed that TAP, which is a beer company, it came out with a new product. They're selling those seltzers, and we think the seltzers are going to do amazing. And these things are going to sell like hotcakes, and it's going to make TAP a bunch of money. And over the next few quarters, we think they're going to beat earnings estimates. We think the macro environment for TAP is good and all of this. And that's their job, is to come up with this thesis that says, hey, I think this is a good company, right? Doesn't mean it's a good stock. It means it's a good company, right? And that's something that people really need to separate in their mind. And then they will hand that down and to the technical analysts that will say, okay, well, if the premise is that we think TAP is going to go higher, let me just do my chart analysis and say, well, there's some major resistance for TAP over $60 a share. Maybe a purchase, if it looks like it's going to break through $60 a share, would make sense. And we kind of say that we're wrong, either down here around 45 or here around 50. And we'll actually talk about the trend of the company, right? And these are important for things like, uh, maybe the guy with the TAP recommendation came out with that recommendation like right here in the stock. And the technical analyst would say something like, we're in a downtrend. Maybe we should wait for this trend to level out and reverse. And then, right, checks back with the fundamental analyst right here and says, hey, do you still think this is a good company? And this is, that they're going to beat over the next few years. And the guy goes, yes. He goes, well, I think there's, a potential cup and handle forming here on TAP, or you could call it inverse head and shoulders or a trend change or whatever you want. And this is the trade plan. So that's very, very common. And again, as someone who spent 10 years in the hedge fund industry, a way that they would work around a thesis, right? They would have often a fundamental reason for trading and then a technical reason for entry. So there's nothing wrong with using what you believe is going to happen in the future of companies to make a list of stocks and go through that. Um, and then, but I would just say that the best way to kind of pair that off would be to say, okay, but right, just because I think Peloton's a good company, right, this thing is just absolutely getting killed. Every time people think it's going to bounce, it just reverses and makes a new low. So if you thought Peloton was a good company at 100, well, now it's at 10, right? So, again, the technical analyst should say, okay, but I'm going to wait for it to, put in some sort of technical bullish play, a cup and handle, inverse head and shoulders. I'm going to wait for it to start getting into an uptrend, because if I think this is a really good company, I don't need to buy it right here. I just need to wait maybe until it's an uptrend, right? So it's nothing wrong with combining those. Myself, what I do is I combine statistics with fundamentals. So like TI strength, for example, to go back to this, it's statistically tested. And you can just go, I think this is trade ideas. I think this will get you there. I'll just post the link. I think this has yeah. So if you just go and check out this, let me just open up Chrome here. That will take you to there it is right here, which is the back test um, and forward test for TI strength throughout the years, right? Again, there's periods of time, like there was about a year and a half period here where there was not much profit in the back tested model. My hope is that, using some trading common sense would improve that. And same with right here, there was a long period of time, right in this area. There's a period of time of sideways action that I think again could be mitigated with some trading knowledge. But I know that overall there is a slight statistical advantage in holding these stocks versus just holding the overall market. So then I take that and then I combine it with fundamentals um, the same way I talked about how, there would be a hedge fund that would combine some fundamental theories, but then wait for the technicals to line up to take a trade. I make sure that there's some sort of statistical theory, and then I wait for the fundamentals to make up the trade. So you can see how, it's kind of the same, it's the same but different, right? It's, you know, reason for trading versus, right, reason to pull the trigger, right? Kramer. The closest thing to probably be 100% accurate would be an inverse of Kramer. Yeah, I had this. Yeah, I had this happen already today. Let me just keep in mind, guys. Always on experimental versions of trade ideas. So I'm just going to do a quick little restart right here, right, and just load it back up. Is there a video? Yeah, should be a video right on that. Yeah, right on that page I sent. Um, there's also a video I put on my YouTube channel. Let me find here. But it's just, again, the video will say, hey, this is here's the back test. It's looking for relative strength. Don't overcomplicate it. And that's kind of that's the synopsis of everything when it comes to this system. There is no magic. There is no one who has hacked the market and, figured out the world. There is just trying to find my channel here and find this video right there. There is only trying to find a slight statistical advantage in trading and then just milking that advantage over and over and over again forever. Simple, quick intro video, but you can check that out here. Well, that's only if you want the email for TI strength, but if you're a TI subscriber, it's just in the channel. So it's right there. So you don't need that. That's just for people who just want to. We sell TI Strength as a standalone product for people who only want the email and nothing else. Members get the email along with the channel. So just don't worry about it. Don't sign up. Also watching this outlet. It's a really kind of low floater, but just got hammered. It's holding at this area right here. This one's kind of just I bought one of these as a new father, and I think it's great. And right, so that may be a fundamental reason for a trade, but I just wouldn't buy something just because it got hammered. But if it holds this area right here and breaks, you can see I've got my price alert. If it breaks that high and starts moving higher, maybe I'll pick some up and just put a stop under there and kind of watch it. It might turn into like a double bottom on the weekly and maybe start its trend back up. Who knows? Great little product. It's like a sock that monitors heart rate and blood ox level. It also monitors the sleep of the baby and then tries to suggest like a good time to like put them down for more sleep and say, hey, he's he woke up at this time, he's this old, he should be weighed as well, right? As a member, only gets the trade of this week email, but not the TI. It's right, but you get right if you go to the channel. I know I've described this to you before, so I know you know, but I'll explain it for other people. If you go to your doctor channel bar and you go click on TI swing picks right here, there's your email. Loads up every time. Can't miss it. Same email that everyone else gets. It's right there. In fact, you guys get it a little bit quicker than everyone else. So, bam, Bob's your uncle. It's right there. And then on top of that, you get the channel that's got all of the symbols just laid out for you, so you don't have to like type them in anywhere. And you get the scan that has the algorithm that updates in real time. So yeah, it's right there. Some good movers today from an intraday basis, but as a swing trader, I'm not doing too much. If anyone caught me on Trader TV on Friday, I did right here talk about, so it was on this day right here, about buying a put because I thought we were a little overextended. I think everyone's getting a little bit too complacent and forgetting that we are in a downtrending market. So I would obviously expect the trend to continue. As we talked about before, trends continue longer than people think. You're better to ride a trend than fade it mathematically. And yeah, so I picked up that put Friday. I just kind of said that I would do it just because that's what my statistics had and more for fun. I bought one in the money put and basically said if I lose, it's like $700 or something, then the put goes to zero. And so far, I'm nearly up 100% on that. So be interesting to see. I think we're a little bit slow in the overall indexes, basically because we got FOMC tomorrow. So, if you're wondering what's going on with the market and why it's boring, I think the whole world's waiting patiently for FOMC because that's really the two things the market cares about right now is inflation and what the Fed's doing. So we've got one place that I always love to go. I've gone to this website every day for years and years and years and years, probably like 20 years now. It's just called Forex Factory. And they just show you what's coming up and they color code it. So if it's red and it's in the US, then it's a major market event. So when you click on tomorrow, you can see we got FOMC statement, we got the federal funds rate, and then we got the press conference, and it just gives you the time on all of them. So this is going to be in Eastern time, right? We've got 3 o'clock FOMC statement, and then 3:30 is when they get on TV and yap for a while. So I think the market's just kind of chilling out and waiting for those things to occur. On Thursday, we got GDP. That's going to be interesting as well because, right, just from what you hear people chatting about in the market, it is inflation rates, it's whether or not we're going into a recession, and it's what the Fed's going to do. So we've got a lot of that lined up, and then really nothing on Friday. So kind of a slow day Friday. But I always just like to look at this just to see. I have kind of a policy that I generally don't trade FOMC days. If I see like a really low float, kind of crazy guy moving, I might take a shot. But generally speaking, for new traders, I know all the old folks know this, but on FOMC day, you can get like some action like really, really early in the morning. And then after that, things generally speaking dry up entirely just because everybody's waiting. You got to think that if you're a multi-billion-air hedge fund manager and you are, waiting, you're like, I got to put $100 million to work. You're either like, I can put $100 million to work on Tuesday, right before this Fed announcement, or I can put $100 million to work on Wednesday or Thursday after the Fed announcement. You're probably just going to wait till Wednesday or Thursday. There's junkies like us that want to trade all the time, but then there's, the big money out there that really pushes the market around. They're like, yeah, I'll just wait. They'll just hang out and wait. So that's what I kind of think's happening with the overall market is that they're just hanging out. Yeah, the quote in the room of markets hate uncertainty. It's just, it's for the same reason that a lot of like us retail guys, we won't buy a crap ton of a stock right before earnings because we know that there's this binary market moving event that's going to happen. So right often we'll just kind of hang out and say, instead of taking the risk, rolling the dice right before the big market moving event, why don't I just wait till after? And it'd be the same with a lot of the institutions in FOMC. And so instead of me taking my bet right here and saying, hey, let me take a swing, let me take a shot right here. Why don't I just wait? Why don't I just wait until Friday? Because we got news Wednesday and we got Thursday. So I wouldn't be shocked if Wednesday and Thursday in the overall market are kind of choppy. And then I don't know what last I read that I think they have priced in a 75 basis point cut, and usually whatever the market price in happens. So I think probably going to get, so everyone just kind of chills out just to make sure that they don't do anything that's, completely unexpected or out of the norm. And then you always get, the crazy up and down insanity that happens right after FOMC where the market does something like this. And then the next day after the GDP numbers and everything comes out, then we'll say, okay, and now it's back to normal. All known binary events are out of the way, and the market will just continue in whatever way it kind of sees fit. And
Mr. Noss. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, don't want to interrupt you.
That was it. I'm just rambling.
That was it.
Just rambling.
Well, listening to you for the last half hour, it's remarkable how similar our trading styles are.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it's funny because you say, this is a boring market and all this, and I'm watching, I'm going, wonder what market, I get it. But what market is Michael looking at that's boring? And I know what you're talking about, but of course,
Yeah, the
when
overall
you're an
market,
active
not
trader,
the crazy low float part of it, right?
no,
So I kind
no.
of and I've been using the races and I've been doing way more day trading because of it.
Hmm.
But I still try to separate out, like, I try to, like, I guess wear two hats would be a cheesy way of putting it, but like I have two minds about me. And I'm actually, the way I'm separating these is by time. And I think it actually works pretty well. So for the first kind of from the open until noon, I'm kind of in your mind where I'm a crazy day trading kind of person, right? So like I put on I traded PGY today,
That's why I've got those
embarrassed
voices in my head. Okay.
embarrassed by those exits, right? I think I got in here and I think I got out like right here.
Yeah.
I traded geez, what were the other ones? Phase, GovX, right? All the stuff that you're probably trading,
Yeah.
I was trading as well, and you can kind of see my fade line. Still in some
Yeah.
GovX. So I do all that in the morning when things are wild, based off this kind of race that we're playing with internally and
Hmm.
sharing around, and then completely shut everything off for the lunch break. And then in the afternoon, I take off that hat and I put on like my boring CMT technical analyst hat and do all my swing trading kind of that last hour or two of the day into the close.
Right. Well, it's interesting, Mike. Oh, and PGY, I've been in and out of that like, well, 5 times so far. It's difficult because I mean, that, as you know, that thing can drop $2 in a heartbeat if you're not careful. But
Yeah.
but the other thing though, Michael, you might just want to. I hear what you're saying. Oh, my goodness, that's 9:24, 9:30 right now. Not time. What you might want to do though is keep an eye on that on the race and see if some stock comes out of nowhere, something that hasn't happened at all. And just if you can glance at it, some big percent, because that's what I've been seeing in the afternoon. Out of nowhere, something just starts to happen from some stock that really hasn't done anything all day. And but I mean, again, if you're wrapped up in your swing trading, great. But that's what I've been noted. That's what I kind of wait for. About 1:30 Eastern time onward, there's usually one or two stocks a day that just kind of pop up out of nowhere and just start to run. So that's
Oh
what I've
yeah,
been finding. But
and I'll keep my eye on it, but it's I just find that if you it helps if you have different trading styles, which I know you're kind of you're of one style, but if you have different
yes.
trading styles to focus on, separating them by time. And it's like when it comes, like, I trade Forex as well. I trade prop Forex and I trade
Hmm.
prop crypto, and I separate those for different times as well. I usually trade those more in the evening, right? For the Asian session, that kind of thing. So, um, not saying there's nothing wrong with entering a swing at on the open or whatever either. I've just found a good way to, and then I separate them by account, right? So I've got my day trading account, which is a margin account that I do a lot of that trading on, and then I've got my swing trading account, which I do a lot of that through my RSP, which I know as a Canadian, but it's like, I guess it's similar to the IRA they have down there. So
Hmm.
it's just a good way to keep, and trading's trading, right? So it's one of those things that, um, again, what won me over with the races is kind of when I started to think about it as just a relative strength finder, right?
Yeah.
As
Exactly.
opposed to, instead of, and that's what I think we need to do a better job at trade ideas, instead of, um, you know, really high level marketing and buzzwords and that kind of thing, is just, pare it down as, because if you've been listening for half hour, that I've just been saying that I just try to buy the strongest shit on the daily chart when it's an uptrends,
Hmm.
and ignore everything else. And then as soon as I kind of got my head wrapped around that the races let me find the strongest shit as a day trade, and I just
Hmm.
buy them, like my GovX trade, you can probably see that, you might be able to see the blue line on the chart. But this was
Yeah.
just a breakthrough the pre-market high, right? So just,
Hmm.
as basic as you can as you can make it, right? I'm not trying to be complicated with these things at all. I had a little bit of resistance here, kind of the 180s, 190s, and I put out a stop limit and picked it up as it went through, and kind of just scalped out as we went. So trying to just apply the same style with trade ideas across different time frames, where TI Strength does a great job of showing me what's the strongest stuff in the markets on a swing trading basis. And now I'm just finding the races are doing a good job of showing what's the strongest stuff on a day trading basis, and go through and apply the same concepts of, well, if it's the strongest stuff out there, let me buy it as it's breaking out, and try to hold it as long as I can. And when it stops being the strongest stuff, let me get out of it.
Yeah, well, Michael, as you said earlier, if it's working, keep doing it. Whatever is
Exactly.
working. I mean, people say, well, I like to do it this way and it's working, even if it's not what I would want to do or what I think is necessarily the proper way. If it's working, you can't say, well, don't do it.
For sure.
It's that simple.
Is Zach in the room here, or is he in your room? Because I
He's
just got an
never in the
email from
YouTube
him when
room.
I
Never,
was
never, never, never. He's in
um
the main room.
because he's asking for his scan, and he should have it. Um
Hmm.
he should.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Uh there's
New Market Explorer,
that
select
only
strategy, money flow
and
index.
Yeah, so I called it just money flow. Where is it? Right here. Money flow overbought, oversold 1 minute. And um yeah, he should see it. And if not, just
I,
have him email me back.
okay, I see
And
MFI divergence long 1 minute and long 15 minutes. I
yeah,
don't
you won't
see.
be able to see it. So one cool thing we can do with the Market Explorer now is I can actually allow access by person.
Mhm.
So I have
Oh, I
access,
see.
and then I gave him access as well, because the point is, instead of releasing it to everybody and saying, what do you think, I can release it individually and say, here it is. And then hopefully he can give me feedback. And it's unrefined right now, but uh I see it's doing some weird flashing that I may need to look at. But basically his scan was just overbought and oversold on the money,
Yes.
on the it's a very
Where is
basic.
it though for him? Like where is he going to find it?
Under the Market Explorer and select strategy, and he should see it at the very bottom. It should just be MFI overbought and MFI oversold. Nobody has these submenus yet. They all still have that. It's only us on the dev version. They all still have that, that god awful giant list that
Right, right,
you
right.
had
But
before.
I don't see that. I guess what am I doing wrong then? Because I'm looking right now, and
Again,
yeah, I do see.
you won't.
So
I can
I
give it
won't.
to you.
Okay.
Yeah, you could, if you just want to DM me on Slack your username.
Hmm.
I can give you access to it. It's just a back office thing where I can
I
allow
got
or
you. Okay.
disallow.
Okay.
But basically, my idea was to give it, before I launch it to everybody, give it just to him, get feedback on things to change, and just refine it kind of privately before we push it out. We push it out publicly,
Okay.
right?
So for him to find it again, he just goes to Market Explorer.
Yep.
He and then
It's
he'll see it, and it's called what is it called exactly for him?
MFI overbought 1 minute and MFI oversold 1 minute.
Okay, I'll let him know. I'll be in the room in
And
a second.
yeah,
Okay.
it is doing some weird stuff, but I've got a meeting with Dave on Thursday, which we'll talk about it. But yeah, it's doing a pretty, like, if you're looking at my screen, right? SKX is 14 MFI, so that's oversold.
Hmm.
ADTN is a 14, so that's oversold. This one might be a little more interesting because it's in a nice uptrend. So I don't know what he's
Right.
trying to. I think it's going to be a little bit vague, like this ALYA, right? You can see this is now oversold, and this was
Yeah.
from the races today. So, right, it
Hmm.
might be a. I think there's going to be way more there than he is expecting to see, and then we'll kind of go
Okay.
through it as well. But what it should be doing is, you can see that it's got the time frame right here. So this is
Hmm.
all, it's 2:06 for me, but it's 1:06 Eastern. and then
Right.
it updates like a topless window. Soon again, soon this weird flashing, but it updates like a topless window where it should just every minute refresh with whatever new symbols there are all showing under and over.
Okay.
Overbought and oversold. So yeah, we'll because I see there's a someone chatting in the YouTube, but yeah, so we're working on these money flow scans, and they'll be pushed out to everybody using the Market Explorer as soon as kind of Zach gives me the okay.
Okay. All right, Michael, I'll take over now. I'll get back into the other
Cool.
room and I'll tell exactly that to Zach. So I've taken over now. So I'll let you
Awesome.
leave, and we'll probably see you in an hour or so.
Yeah, I'll see you in the marketing meeting.
That's right. Okay, everybody. I am back now in both rooms. I was talking to Michael at length. Just give me a moment here as I get my music going. And unbelievable, yes, with the PGY. So, Zach, can you hear me? Okay, so I was talking to Michael, and he's giving you access in the Market Explorer to MFI overbought and MFI oversold on the 1 minute. Now, I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, okay? But he'll, if you can, maybe take a look at it and give him some feedback, okay? Because he's using you as a sort of the test case on it, and to do it. Just click on, I don't actually have it. You're the only one that actually has it. So if you click on new, then Market Explorer, and then right click and hover over that select strategy, you should see for you overbought and oversold on MFI 1 minute. Maybe just take a look at it to see if it's giving you what you're looking for. And that'll help him. Then he can refine it. But he needs some feedback from you. No, you've actually got it now. So that's the no, Pepe, are you in the room? Yeah, I know, Iris. It's only for one person. It's a test case, okay? And that's if you were listening to us, it's for one person in the main room who's requested it for a while. And so Michael's given it to him, but he wants him to take a look at it and make some some suggestions, etc., before we unleash it to everybody. So it's not available. Pepe, are you around? Whew, I've had my it's PGY has been such an I mean, Michael said the same thing. I mean, he's traded it. When I look at my buys and sells and buys and sells, I mean, I've left a ton on the table, but you just never know. You just absolutely never know. This could just drop in a heartbeat. So let's see what's happening. Very risky, highly risky, VRAX. Excuse me, VRAX, making that move again. Highly risky, monkeypox. And Siga is still super strong, guys. I mean, yeah, it's had its ups and downs during the day, but boy, oh boy, it is super strong. Look at the market also. Market is putting a nice big rally here. Mentioned Walmart earlier. It's trying. I think I mentioned it right here on that break right there. That's at 11:40 Eastern on the 5 minute. and it moved up, a little pullback, but I mean, you look, the trend is still kind of up. It's at the highs of the day right now for Walmart, WMT. So as I was saying to Michael while I was chatting with him, and how, I've said this before in the main room, well, both rooms, keeping an eye on this, on the race, and to see if some stock out of nowhere that we haven't seen all day, all of a sudden, you see 3, 4, 5% moving up top of the leaderboard, but we haven't seen it all day. And usually you can tell, some stock that you haven't seen all day, all of a sudden it appears out of nowhere. And that could get that really rolling. So that's what I'm kind of waiting on right now. See if that happens. Otherwise, just kind of clicking on the stocks that are in the top 10 and clicking on them to see if there's anything interesting happening. I see TNON. That's interesting. Could be a short now, guys. How many shares available? 100,000 at Interactive Brokers. Maybe a little bit late, but boy, this VRAX is just so enticing with a very wide stop, fewer shares. You see what happens. High was 22, but it was even higher than that, I believe, in the pre-market. Yeah, I got up to what, 25? Or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I guess that was the high. 22.50 was the high in the pre-market. Hmm. Oh, right. I don't have the pre-market. Here we go. Yeah, I thought it was a little higher. So the high in the pre-market was 24. Kind of see if it breaks out here. I mean, this 19, I know you're giving up a lot, but it's about $1. But if it ever breaks out over this 1950, there'll be a lot of traders are going to be looking at this. And that's the VRAX, but it's very risky. Boy, that ALXY, or sorry, AYLA, that did not perform after the big pop. Getty, GETY. Let's take a look at GETY from DAC. Oh, okay. The way it's priced, I thought it was a SPAC. Was this a SPAC before? Yeah, so this was a SPAC before. So yesterday it emerged from the SPAC and now is GETY. So interesting, when it was a SPAC, it wasn't really that active because it is actually right at its lifetime high. Yeah, the infrared GT is still kind of hanging around that 140 level or the 240 level. I mean, it looks like it, I mean, if you use this 10 SMA, it looks like it is trying to curl off it. I probably have to wait for a 250 break at least, though. I mean, it's still, it's super active. 43 million have traded, so it's basically 10 times the float. But it has tried several times to get out of here, but it may be doing it now. It may be doing it now. So I mean, obviously, it's still alive. And I mean, the high, I mean, that is 311 or so is the high, so it's got the room. But this is not a recommendation that you buy this now because it's breaking out like this. What I don't see, a little bit of volume peeking in here in the 5, but there's not a ton of volume coming in. That'd be my only issue. But don't let that stop you if you think this looks good now, because I mean, it's definitely, if the longer it holds 250, I'd like to see, and there is a little bit of volume sneaking in on that 5 minute. Just looking at the volume bar. Little bit. You'd love to see something like a big boom, a big explosion of volume, though. Vamonos, let's go. Sort of. And I was speaking to somebody in our YouTube room. You see how, I mean, the volume is starting to pick up a little bit. Let's get a bigger chart up, and let's get a I am interested in this one also. Take a look at a 2 minute chart. Let's just see if there's anything happening. So, I mean, there was a little bit of volume that did come in, but it didn't sustain it. See the volume bar? I mean, that's pretty good. Look at all the previous 2 minute volume bars, especially right here. So, but it just couldn't sustain it. Then the next one is it's gone back to no volume. But this is actually a classic one, one of these ones that, have a huge move and then just rest for a long time. And then, 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock even, all of a sudden they get going again. So yeah, I would definitely keep an eye on it, and maybe put an alert, I don't know, 254 or so, and see if it takes it out on some volume. I guess Pepe is not in the room. Where are you, Pepe? Hey, no problem. Guys, it's actually slowed down a little bit. Whoa, look at that VRAX. Again, Very, very risky, but look at what it's trying to do, guys. Terrible spread, 1860, 1890. Of course, if it moves up $5, that won't matter, but man, oh man. Yeah, one might say that 10 SMA is holding it. It's a long, but see, that's what I mean. If you look at the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart for VRAX, you're looking at right now at 1761. So you're gonna have to put about more than $1 stop on this if you want to get stopped out at that 10 SMA. All right, guys, I am really just sort of in a holding position right now, not really seeing too much. I mean, the PGY is going to be active. We know that. It's just a matter of, is it going to take out that 19? I mean, believe it or not, if it takes out the high of the day, it could keep moving. I'm not in this anymore. I mean, I'll stick an alert at that 1950 mark and see if it blasts through there, and maybe. Now look at the volume, 41 million. Now we know that's not right, the 392. I think we've got anywhere from 1 to 35 million, okay, in terms of the float for PGY. I like this TCRT, except what I don't like is, all this stuff right around it, 133, 137, all that on the daily. If that weren't there, this would be really nice looking. And of course, I click on it because it's in the race. So, but it just to me just looks like there's too much resistance, not that far away. Okay, I don't think we've seen AGEN here, AGEN. So AGEN actually, okay, some volume coming in, AGEN, some volume coming in. Whoa, there's the PGY. It popped up to that 944. I'm trying to figure out why my price alert window is not popping up on my screen, even though I have it minimized. That's why I wanted Pepe. I don't understand why it's not doing that. Whoa! Come on, you fool. So funny. There you go. A little quick burst through 20. High of the day, 2030. Oh, jeez. Good grief. Well, that didn't take long, guys. Are you talking about the yeah, Steve. So you're talking about the test drive? Sure. Wow. But remember, if you sign up today, I'll put this in here also, guys, the test drive link. So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So for $11.11, first of all, it starts on August 15th. So you sign up today, you're pre-registering. Okay, understand that, please. Not you, SD, but just in general. Okay, people think they sign up and they say, well, where's my data? It doesn't start until the 15th. These are fixed days, 15th through the 29th. So for instance, if you can only take it from the 16th to the 29th, you're only going to get 9 days. Okay, it's not 10 days from whenever you start. So if you can take full advantage of the 15th to the 29th, you'll get the full 10 days. It'll cost $11.11. You'll have access to the premium service, everything except no auto trading at all, okay? No auto trading. You never hear me talk about auto trading other than saying no auto trading. Now, if when you sign up and you take the test drive, don't worry. At the end of it, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to contact us and say, will you please unsubscribe me? There's nothing to unsubscribe from. When it's over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription. We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but you don't have to worry. We don't put you into a subscription. Common question. What do these guys do? AI and data networks for the financial industry. That's Pagaya out of Israel. Boy, we've seen some, last couple of years, we've seen some Israeli stocks just start trading on these US stock exchanges and just unbelievable. Some of them are just unbelievable. Now, with the test drive, you can actually start using the program. So it starts on the 15th. So let's count backwards. 14, 13, 12. So actually on the 12th, about an hour after the market closes, that's the Friday before, you'll actually have access to the program. So you can download it, you can play around with it. No live data, of course, but you can look at the all the channels. You can take a look at my scans. So you get prepared for the when it starts on the Monday morning. You start getting data at 4 in the morning Eastern time. See how different this is. So there's the 200-day, there's the 10 SMA. on the 15-minute chart with pre and post, and there it is without. Sort of the same. 1695. Yeah, it's about the same really here. That high right there is about 1690. That high right there is about 1690. Surprising that it was so different for the other one. Oh, you have yeah, one-on-one. You have complete control of how you want the racing to go. Okay, complete control. So, for instance, I always like to duplicate the window. So you always base your race on a top list window. So whatever top list window you want, of course, you can base your race on it. So when you say watch list, I mean, I'll call this a top list window, sort of we'll call this a watch list. Okay, but you can have, now I don't know how many races you can actually have. The reason I say that, before your system starts bogging down. Okay, that's the only issue. In theory, but in theory, there's no limitation. But I've noticed with me, my system seems to bog down with 3. Okay, so that's number one. So when you launch the race, you have full control of how long you want it to run. Okay, so if you want one race, I mean, in theory, if you want, you can run 2 races on the same watch list, as we'll call it, same top list, with different time frames if you want. But hopefully you can see my screen. I mean, you control how long the race is. I've picked 4 minutes, but there's no magic about that. So, does that make sense? Okay. Well, so the market had a nice little hour up, a little red candle now. Just kind of, other than the PGY, this ALA is trying to maybe put a little bit of a move in here. I'm not convinced of playing a bounce on this one, so I won't. All right, PGY, let me concentrate on you for another bit here. Let's see if maybe takes out that 21 again. So it's a double basically, 109%. So it's basically a double today. Wow, only a 1 cent spread now for PGY. Briefly. All right, guys. Today is Tuesday, so there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I'll be attending. Just kind of biding my time till then. I don't want to, I'm wanting to give back a lot of stuff with this PGY. That's the only issue I've got with it. I suppose I could really not take very many shares, but well, you got to be either, Mike, you've got to be really fast. I've been very, very fast on PGY. Okay, I think I've traded it 4 times, but I've been very fast. So, I think the one time, I was in at 1530, and then that was the first time. In at 1530, it popped to 1575 almost immediately. I got out, and then it came right back down. But I was just really, really, really being fast, not losing sight of it. The spread wasn't terrible at the time. So, listen, PGY is not easy. It's, how do you manage it? It's not easy. The only way to really manage it, if you were, is take a wider stop. But it's not easy, and it's certainly not for new people. You see, look what happened. That probably dropped 50 cents in a second. And then it's right back up. So, I was sort of jokingly saying, if you're going to take this, and you're going to use that 10 SMA as your stop, you've got about a $4 stop. But it might move $8. Am I using a stream deck? No. All right, BJDX. We saw this one earlier. Yeah, I just think there's too much resistance not that far away. Though, what's the high over here? Yeah, 152. Yeah, I just think there's too much resistance. I don't know anything about this one. I don't know if I've ever seen this one before. BJDX, 10 million in the float, so it's another low floater. I'm usually, by the way, Mario, I'm usually in no more than 2 trades at a time, number one, okay? So that's why, and in something like that, of course, I would never take my eye off it. So I've been able to muddle through all these sort of trades, just no hotkeys, just being fairly quick. Does the program keep track? You mean in our simulator? You can, yeah, if you're talking about, if you do things in the simulator, you have a calendar that you can take a look at what happened in the past. Okay, you're talking about in the simulator. Yeah, if I want to take a trade with GovX, okay, right now, take a trade with GovX right now. Okay, so there's the bid ask. I pick how many shares I want. Let's do 400 shares. The bid ask is only a penny. I click the buy button and send. Okay, so now if I don't get out of this trade, right now or at the end of the day, this will carry forward. as an example. Okay, and I'll have as you say, a running total of what's happening, if that's what you mean. Well, when you say keep track of all trades, I mean, you mean for 10 years? I don't know. I mean, well, I don't know if, oh yeah, the last 10 trades, absolutely. There's a calendar. I don't actually look at it very often, but let's see what it looks like. So the calendar, see, I don't use it, but in the calendar will show you, and certainly 10 days, but I think you go back even further. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can set it up. It's just a column, your total P&L or your profit loss. These are just different columns. So I've got columns here. I don't have them all up and running, but there's, the total P&L, today's profit. So there are a lot of different columns that you can use to keep track. You put a stop, of course. I can add a stop order. I want to put a stop, based on something. I'm just going to put it down here at 230 just to show you what it looks like on the chart now. A red line will appear on the chart with so minus $18. So, if I allowed myself to be taken out at 230, I'd lose $18. 400 times the difference is 18. Is that right? If I want to get out of the trade, just flatten it. And if I went to the calendar afterwards, so there's GOVX right there. So there's today's profit. Got out of the trade. I wanted to show you how that would work. Yeah, if I had another trade here, it would show the same thing. Today's profit, total P&L, it would show the same thing. Well, this is an interesting one, guys. It's TALS. I mean, it has crawled from the bottom here a few days ago. Well, maybe 3 weeks ago, maybe from $2 up to 481. It got hammered down a couple of days in a row. I don't really remember this one, but the next high, that's 428. So, man, the next high is 721. This is an interesting one. I don't mean to take it now, but you know what? I'm going to stick an alert at $5 on this one, just over 5 for TALS. See if it takes that out, because you can kind of see that if it can take out 5, I mean, the next high is 721. Man, I don't know what happened here. Can't remember this one at all. All right, let's keep an eye on PGY and see how close it gets to that 10 SMA. Still got a ways to go. See if it comes into the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart and bounces off it. All right, FRGT again is trying at 250 level. See, now they're about the same. Again, this is with pre-market, pre and post-market. There's the 10 SMA right underneath it, kind of holding it. And the same thing with the pre and the post not included. So it's about the same now. So, I mean, it's holding. I mean, that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart is definitely holding it so far. So you can kind of see that if it ever gets any volume and pops, this would be a nice little runner maybe again. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. The top 5 performers, well, based on the well, obviously PGY, GovX, SBFM. ILO was sort of, I mean, I don't know if I mean, I've got them here. Certainly PGY, top performer. Yeah, but your chart, but your race may be different from mine too. Okay, it depends when you loaded it. I mean, all I can say is that the top 5 winners certainly where PGY, GovX was excellent. AYLA, I mean, it was good for a while. And the SBFM, I mean, it was awesome for a while. Remember, this was winning a race early on. It went from $1 up to almost $2. But certainly PGY is the. I mean, it's been a challenge. It's not like you can just take the trade and try to. Well, yeah, you could have taken the trade at 12 and held it all day. You'd be very happy. Yes, but you could have also taken the trade at 12 and it could have dropped to 9. So yes, CMRA was halted. Yes. Yeah, right here. Yeah, halted right here. CMRA. So this is not a monkeypox. Well, I'm just looking at the ones at the top, the ones that won the most races. PG probably, GLVX, when you look at it, I'm just looking at its trading, had a little pullback here in the 15, another base. So it was a lot more steady and maybe easier to trade than the PGY as an example. And this one, the ALA, I mean, that won a lot of races early. But once it got stuck, it got just stuck at $2, and then it didn't do anything for a long time. So CMRA, what's the float? 14.5 million in the float. The volume is nothing right now, but I mean, all the volume is right here. It's traded 179,000, 157,000 in that 5-minute candle. So something has happened because I mean, it jumped from 160 to 2, so that's a big percentage move. The bid ask right now is 226, 226. So it's halted at 209. If this is a 5-minute halt, it will open at well, it's longer than, oh no, maybe 154.48. What time is it now? Okay, it's just past that. So this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. And again, this blue window that you see, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. And the reason I have to repeat myself is because I get the question, where in trade ideas can I find that? Well, you can't. But your broker will have something very similar. Okay, give me one more moment. I'll be right back. right, guys, I'm back. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I will be in this marketing meeting, so I'm going to put the announcement in here. The only thing, yeah, you'll get the full package, one-on-one. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade anything. Okay, you won't be able to auto trade. But other than that, you'll have everything you see I'm doing. Of course, you'll have access to the AI, but yeah, just you will not be able to auto trade, which I don't agree with anyway. So that I don't agree with the idea that you can't. I don't agree with auto trading. Yeah, go through the tutorials. I mean, everything on my homepage, I mean, you can look at now. You want to get prepared for this test drive in about 3 weeks. Everything on my homepage, the user guide, make sure what I would concentrate on, the racing, alert windows and top list windows, okay? Just so you understand what that's all about. All right, guys, I have to put myself on mute right now. All right, everybody, another long session. Lots to talk about now. So anyway, what is happening now? While I was out, or I wasn't out actually, but I'm just watching AYLA. Did its thing again. Really confusing on this one. I almost, while I was in listening to the meeting, I almost took this one just on that 212 break, and I just held off a second, and then I'm glad I did, and now it's right back down. So just not an easy trader after the first 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, remember that was the top. Well, actually, at first 15 minutes was the easy part. The rest of it's been kind of choppy. And I'm watching this SBFM, guys. I mean, it may, if it breaks out of here, it may do its thing at the end of the day in the last hour. Take a look at the SBFM. Look at it on a 5-minute chart. You can see some kind of a consolidation between 140 and 148, etc. You can see that if it can just break out over this level here, I mean, it's got some room. Of course, this is one of the early high flyers, got up to 185. So another one to maybe keep an eye on going into the last hour of the day. And before I do, let's say the room will be open until 3:30. The main room will be open till 3:30. YouTube will be open until 4:30. So if you want to take the test drive, I'm just going to put that link in one more time. And you click on the test drive link, and this is what you're going to see. So it starts on the 15th to the 29th, okay? So plenty of time to prepare, because when you go to my homepage, you can look at the user guide, you can look at the getting started, all that stuff. You don't have to be a subscriber to look at that. So if you're gonna, if you want to be serious about this, prepare for it, okay? Don't start August 15th in the morning at 4 in the morning, whatever time you get up, that's Eastern time, and go, wow, I don't know how to use this. I don't know what I'm looking at. Prepare yourself a little bit. So it'll start on the 15th. And so if you sign up today for the $11.11, you're pre-registering. So you'll get no data until the 15th. You'll have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading, okay? And after it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. Don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. And this is what I was saying with my homepage. I saw that HKD was doing something earlier, Cam. So on my homepage, if you click on my link, then you got the education right here. Okay, the education section is right there. So if you're going to take the test drive, you can take a look at the user guide. You can do the getting started. Go through it. The quick links. You can go getting started. You can understand what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. Okay, so prepare yourself for the test drive if you're going to take it. And now typically I do take or put myself on mute. Are there any questions right now? I mean, I put myself on mute, but it doesn't mean I'm not here. I'm sitting right here, just doing a few things, so I can always answer questions. All right, I don't see any questions, so I think what I'll do then is I'll put myself on mute. I'll get to your question in a second, SD. Okay, so I'm just trying to answer, so I'm not sure I understand your question. Is basis unchanged from the open along with relative volume and a certain price range? Okay, so are you talking about the race you see here? When you say bases, you meant races. So the races are based on the change from the open, yes. Um, there's no relative volume in here, okay? Most of the things, of course, that we see are going to have a fairly high relative volume because, anything that is going to be moving usually has a fairly high relative volume, number one. My price range doesn't have to be your price range. Again, I mean, this is all customizable. My price range is, I think, one to $50 with a minimum of 200,000 shares, okay? So, but that doesn't have to be your price range or your minimum. I mean, this is all customizable. Let me just duplicate the window so I don't mess up what the one I've got. Okay, so it's all customizable. So in this particular, the race, it has to, I won't see a symbol unless it's between $1 and $50, has at least 200,000 shares traded, and it's up at least 2% from the close. Why I do this, in theory, I wouldn't have to, but why I do this is that I want to see the strong stocks, okay? And then also the big change from the open. So I want to make sure that they are positive. There's a I am even thinking maybe taking this out just to see what would happen. That would mean though I could see some stocks that are way down and starting to move, which is okay. But right now I'm just concentrating on strong stocks, stocks that are at least up from yesterday's close, and then are also moving from the open. So remember what the open is. The open's that first print of the day, and it's moving off that first print of the day. So not only is it up from yesterday's close, but it's also strong, relatively strong today. Okay? Like relative strength today because it's strong, up from yesterday's close still, and it's changed from the opening print, it's moving. Opening trade, opening print. And again, remember what the race is all about, because right now I look at CMRA, I have it sorted, the top list window. In the old days, man, it seems like this seems like ancient history now when we had a top list and that was it with no races. But the top lists were fine. You could sort on the different columns that you had. So if I wanted to see the ones that were the biggest change from the open, I could, double left click on the column header. If I want to see the biggest relative volume, I could double click. So, AYLA, 3.8, it's 3,800. Change from the close if I want to, is 122%. Okay. So I could do all that, and now you can still do all that. But the issue more is that, okay, now that you see all this, what are you going to do with it? I mean, really, what are you going to do with it? Is CMRA moving right now? Is PGY moving right now? Is anything down here moving right now? How do you possibly know? You don't know. That's what the racing is all about. Because every time a race starts, every 4 minutes, and that's just my time frame, doesn't have to be your time frame, but every 4 minutes a new race will start. So all these stocks start off at the same starting point. Whatever one is moving the most will start to move up the leaderboard. So even though if I just look at a static list, yeah, I see CMRAs at the top, but big deal. Does that mean it's moving now? I can't tell. But using in this racing format, I can tell that, ZenV is moving. Now, does that mean I absolutely, wow, ZenV is moving, therefore I should take the trade? No, no, no. But at least it's identifying the stocks that are moving as opposed to, I've got Apple and Tesla sitting here. One of the things is, I mean, people know Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and all that. They don't move in relation to these ones that are really moving, if that all makes sense. Okay, so what we're really trying to do is find relative strength, the strongest moving stocks. And, and you can create your own price range if you want. If you want a higher minimum volume, that's fine. But that's really what it's all about. Now, one day, maybe Apple will start to move up here, if it has some kind of a strong day. Okay, so MPS. So when you say the new version, are you talking about the new production version or the beta from the website? See, the production unfortunately doesn't have it. You'll have to download. Excuse me, sorry. Just give me a moment here. Because if you right click and launch, and then if this window pops up and you do not see show company logos as an option, then you have to download the latest beta, okay? And so if you don't see that right now, just a minute, please, my phone is going crazy. Just gonna. Yeah, and in fact, guys, we're getting rid of the race cars completely. That won't even be an option anymore. It just makes more sense. Number one, it doesn't take as much out. It doesn't take up as much room, and it just looks a little more professional. To see the company logos and all. And I'm putting these here. I'm putting Apple and Tesla, and I may take, maybe I'll put Microsoft in one day or whatever, just to show you though, because everybody went, well, what's happening with Tesla today? What's happening with Apple today? I'm not saying that Tesla and Apple are terrible trades, okay? But if you're looking for relative strength, if you're looking for stocks that are really moving, you know, these are not the ones, in my opinion, anyway, not the way I trade anyway, okay? And so that's what we're really trying to show you. This is the, relative strength, looking at a top list window. What is moving now? And yeah, remember we were talking about FRGT? It just didn't get the volume. Did not get the volume. Look at the volume 15-minute chart. Little pop here in the 5, but it just, needed more, needed a couple more of those. So that's why, when you take a look at something and it starts to move, be it in a race or, if you're still using alert windows and all, and you click on it and it looks like it's starting to move, but if it's not moving on volume, you may as well forget about it. I mean, I'm not saying you absolutely need a big volume spike, but it sure helps. Okay. And I think you'll probably save yourself a lot of grief by getting into trades a little prematurely when there's no volume associated with the move. I guess I may as well just keep myself on the mic. Really? And now I'm seeing that the SBFM, doesn't look like it's going to do it. I mean, if it pops right back up to this area, maybe, but You know, this was a high flyer earlier in the day. Change the size of the font in the single stock window and everything is messed up. Everything is messed up. As far as I know, oh, you do have font size here. Okay, so font size, I didn't even, this must be an addition. I don't recall this ever, but okay. So in your single stock window, now I can't help you if you, well, okay, first of all, if you right click on the single stock window and you go to font size, I have it in normal right here. Maybe when you say messed up, I don't know what you mean exactly. Maybe try large or try small. So you can definitely control the font size in the single stock window. I've never even seen this option, to be honest. I've never touched it in all the years. It's always been normal. So try that. So MPS, when you right click and you click on font size, what does it say? Hmm, interesting. You don't have that option. Yeah, that's why I didn't realize it was there. So I'm not 100% sure how I can help you then. I mean, you know, you can control, is your font size screwed up for the entire layout or just the single stock window? Hmm. What happens if, well, you don't want mine though, because you've got your single stock window, probably with the filters you want. You're not using mine, are you? I mean, I do share it, but you're not using mine. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. What, like when you say it's all messed up, you mean the columns are all jumbled up, or the font is really small now, you can't see it, or I'm not sure how I can help you. Okay. And if you, let me just load a single stock window. Okay, so here is a single stock window. So when you stretch it out, shrink it down, used to have two columns, now it's just one long column. So if you stretch it out, do you get the two columns again? I can see this, you know, here's how I can have one column, of course, but if I stretch it out, I get the two columns. Hmm. Yeah, interesting. I didn't see this. Yeah, you're right. This must be a new, this must be new. Because I didn't even realize we had this. So you definitely don't have this font size option. Hmm. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't help you. I mean, you might want, if you can try support at, actually, I'll give you our homepage. You can ask them if they've come across that before. I haven't heard that before. So go to our homepage. And when you click on the homepage link, wait for the little pop-up, questions and answers, okay? And then ask the question, hey, I just downloaded the latest beta. It is, now you're gonna say it's messed up my single stock window. We'll try to explain it. Instead of two columns, it's one column with a large font. Is there any way to adjust the font size? Or and you can say that Barry showed a way to do it, but maybe that you're right. Like I'm always on a development. No, it's live chat. Live chat. I'm always on a development version, you see. So, and I'm on like this 0.97. I know your version is 0.96, but that's what they call a beta, of course. And I'm on a development 0.97. So there is somebody there. Okay, guys, I think I'll put myself on mute again. When did it not appear? PGY won 17 races today. Now, I can't tell you the first time it appeared, um, but it won 17 races today. If you can see my screen, and you can see in fact, it's looks like it's going to win a race again. Possible, but yeah, just won its 18th race today. If you can see my screen, that's why I've got them ranked 1 through 10. So PGY won 18 races today. I couldn't tell you, the first race it won. Earlier on in the day, though, well, actually, let me see. Okay, there's the pre-market. My guess is that right here, probably my guess around 10:45. And it could have. Remember, this is a 15-minute candle. So my races are 4 minutes. So in theory, there are about four races in a 15-minute candle. So I mean, in theory, it could have won, 1, 2, 3, 4 races in this 15-minute shot. Probably, some races here. Yeah, but SD PGY is a really, really tough one to trade. Okay. I mean, first of all, that float is incorrect. It's probably more like, well, it's 34 million or under. Okay, number one. Some said it was about a million. I can't remember who in the room last week when this first started doing this. I think they went to a filing anyway. But it's a difficult trader. Okay, and I was saying when I was talking about it, yeah, you want to take this, you're going to have a wide stop because it can move 50 cents, 60 cents just like that. So, this is not for, if you're not just yourself, SD, but, somebody who's a new trader. I know it's wonderful to think, man, I could have got into this at 1483 and I could have got out at 2161. More than likely not, because, depending on how many shares you took and, where your stop was, if you even know what a stop is, you would have had some real grief, trying to hold on through all that. So not an easy trade for people who are new. And of course, the other thing is to, practice trading first. Yeah, I know. I mean, simulation is not the same as real trading. I get it. There are no emotions involved. But boy, oh boy, I mean, if you're thinking something should be working, you take a look at PVL. Wow, this looks like it's breaking out. Try it. Try it in the simulator. See what happens. Okay? Just see what happens. There's no harm in that. You think you like to play pullbacks, maybe. Okay, take a trade on a pullback. See what happens. Practice. Real. I see reels in the room. I'm just noticing some of your posts right now, Real. Oh, he isn't. Okay. I didn't think so. He said he was gone for the summer. I'll be on my bike when it's in the nines, Zach. Yeah, I can see how you could easily take this and short it around that 9 level. No, no, I'm not in. No, I've been. No, see, that's a problem. Dak and Zach, they sound. You guys are too. You guys sound alike, not sound alike when I say them. No, I'm basically done trading Zach. No, no, no. I like it, Dak and Zach. All right, guys, it is 3:22. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link into the room. You want to head over there when Chris shows up in our YouTube room at about 3:30. The crack's not going to work either. And let me make sure. Okay, guys. So, yeah. So in about 5 minutes or so, I think Chris will show up in a YouTube room, and then I'll shut everything down. Not everything, just the main room. You're welcome, Jamie. Yeah, that CMRA really had a big pullback. Now, let's see if that holds. Here's one of Real's old patterns he used to follow, a 2 or 3 bar pullback on a 15-minute chart. I don't know if that's too much. And the next candle is green and maybe takes out the high of the base, not the base, but the top of the body of the candle. RDWR for real. Let's see. Radware. Boy, I mean, look at this break though. Isn't it interesting? What's the high over here? 23.33. So 24.32. Is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. Another Israeli stock. It's kind of interesting. And it takes out 23.33 maybe tomorrow, maybe today. I don't know. And the next high is 24.32, $1 away. Over and over. Yes. So I have the 10 SMA. I'm bowing to Steve's knowledge on that one. I guess the 10 and the 80 MA are probably about the same. I only do that because Steve uses it and he does a lot of webinars on that. So I thought, show a little consistency. Yeah, I mean, it's still, I guess, viable, this AYLA. But, maybe the news, remember what the news is. They've just said, you know what, we're not going to do the financing. That's the news. So it's not like anything other than, okay, no downward pressure on the stock because of a financing, which is a big deal. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like they discovered something or they have monkeypox also, a cure. So it's just that they said, you know what, no financing. Okay, guys, I think I'll shut her down now in the main room. I'll get my script together. Okay. So again, as always, thank you for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And of course, that nothing to do with YouTube. You guys are still there. And we're just waiting for Chris to show up. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Let me really check what the overall markets have done. Yeah, okay. So NAS is down a bit, well, quite a bit, I guess. As is the Dow and the SPY. Doesn't really affect what we do too much, though. I mean, not if you want to, get into the active traders. All right, well, CMRA is starting to come back a bit. PGY has ever been shortable at Interactive Brokers, so there's not a lot of downward pressure on this stock. Probably a lot of brokerage firms do not have shorts for this PGY, so consequently, again, there's no downward selling pressure with a short buildup. I know what I wanted to mention, maybe for you YouTubers, I don't know. Sometimes people say, hey, how come PGY did not show up on my scan? And one of the reasons is if you're using the earnings per share filter, which is kind of the hack to not to only see stocks, no ETFs or anything like that. Sometimes, and I've noticed with some of these Israeli stocks, if you use that EPS filter, with the 0.001 and the min minus 0.001 on the max. Again, that's just a bit of a trick to make sure you don't see ETFs. Sometimes that blocks certain stocks. So just in case you have a scan and you're thinking, well, why didn't PGY show up in my scan? Now that is that's a possible reason. All right. I wonder if Chris is showing up today. He's usually pretty punctual. Now, it's possible. It's possible that maybe he's got something else on the go and I don't realize it. I'll just hang around for another minute. Hmm. Okay, this is a little strange, guys. Normally, Chris is really punctual. Usually, he's here a couple of minutes even before 3:30. So it's possible I've missed something. That maybe he told me he can't make it today. Maybe he's got to pick up his daughter or something. So I'm only going to give it another minute or so, or maybe he's sleeping. Let me just see if he's around. Very busy guy though. He's got a lot of one-on-ones that he does. He's got a lot of troubleshooting that he does. So it's possible that's what he's tied up in. He's stuck in a chat. Okay. Yeah. No, I won't be here for another. Okay, I'll hang around until he gets here. See if anything interesting is happening. Okay, guys, it looks like he's not going to be. Okay, I'm going to shut down. I'm just letting him know. Looks like he is totally tied up, guys. Okay. Something came up for him within Trade Ideas, so he has to take care of this. So I do apologize, but I'm going to be shutting down now, okay? So guys, again, we'll see you guys tomorrow on YouTube. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.